Councillors, the time is now 6:30 p.m. and I will declare the meeting open. I advise the public that this meeting is being webcast and members of the gallery may have their voice and image captured. By attending, you consent to being captured, recorded and webcast. Any statements made by individual persons in the course of this meeting and the statements of those individuals are not of council. You should refrain from making any defamatory remarks or making comments about another individual without their consent. Council accepts no liability for any statements made by individuals during the course of this meeting. In the event of an emergency or the fire alarm sounding, please remain calm and wait for the instructions from the General Manager and Council officers. If we need to, evacuate the building with Council's emergency muster point. During Council meetings is the lower car park. In the event of a medical emergency, please alert Council staff for assistance. Council acknowledges the Wonnarua peoples as the traditional custodians of this land we're meeting on today. We pay our respect to elders past, present and future, and I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. We also acknowledge the Awabakal people to the east and the Darkinjung people to the south and other Aboriginal peoples who now live within the Cessnock local government area. Now we'll have the prayer, so we have Pastor Courtney Watton. We'll all stand for the prayer, please.
Hi everyone, thank you so much for having me here tonight. Tonight I'm going to pray a prayer of blessing over Council, the staff and our great city. Let's pray. Lord God, we acknowledge you and your presence here tonight. Thank you for another day and for bringing all of us here safely. Jesus, I want to thank you for our council leaders, executive and staff. I ask that you will bless them with strength, courage, wisdom and truth to guide us and make difficult decisions for the outcomes that need to be made, not just the ones that are popular. I ask that you will bless them with strength and fervour to continue doing a job that is not always easy but important. I also ask you to bless them with grace and compassion towards the people they are leading, remembering not only those that are here now, but also those that are to come. I bless the city of Cessnock to be a city of prosperity, justice, equity, righteousness, graciousness, and that all our people may live in peace. We ask these things all for your honour and your glory, Lord. In the name of Jesus, amen.
Thank you, Pastor Courtney. Now, I believe all councillors are in attendance, and obviously we'll be dealing with Councillor Madden's resignation via mayoral minute soon. But dealing with AV Link, there's no one joining via AV Link. Is there any leave of absence to be noted? Nothing? No. Could I just have someone to move that, please? Seconded, Councillor Harrington. All in favour? It's unanimous. Confirmation of previous minutes. Someone to move that, please. Councillor Pascoe, seconded. Councillor Jerd, all in favour? It's unanimous. Any disclosures of interest? No disclosures of interest. Any petitions? No, I haven't seen any tabled. Moving on to englobo. Could I have someone to move? Councillor Lee, seconded. Councillor Pascoe, speaking. Councillor Lee.
Yeah. So moving that having read and considered the reports in the agenda related to items CC10 2026 and CC11 2026, Council adopt the recommendations as printed in the business papers for those items.
Any discussion? No discussion. I'll put it forward for a vote. All in favour? It's unanimous. Now we have two items to discuss in confidential session. They are with regards to, first we'll move NL1 or NI1/2026 to move at the end of the session. So moving Councillor Hawkins, seconded Councillor Pomolsky. Any discussion? Put forward for a vote. All in favour? It's unanimous. We'll deal with those two matters in confidential session at the end of the meeting. Now I have one mayoral minute tonight, as alluded to earlier in the opening. It's with regards to the resignation of Councillor Christopher Madden, and the recommendation as written on the screen is that Council notes the vacancy in Civic office and that the New South Wales Electoral Commission is currently conducting a countback process to fill the vacancy in Ward B. Now, I do want to read this out because it is worth reading. Councillor Madden formally advised the Interim General Manager of his resignation from Council on Friday the 23rd of January 2026, effective from Friday the 30th of January 2026. Mr Madden indicated that this decision was a result of changes introduced by the Minister of Local Government that restrict councillors from being able to attend meetings via audio-visual if they are unable to be physically present due to work commitments. Mr Madden stated that serving as an elected representative has been both challenging and rewarding, and that while the role would be demanding, or could be demanding, the sense of pride and achievement when hard work pays off was unparalleled. Mr Madden has extended his sincere thanks to council staff for their dedication and support during his time on council. Mr Madden also notes that while his term as a councillor has concluded, he will remain actively involved in our community, working with several community organisations to deliver benefits for residents. So just with regards to the countback process, council staff are now liaising with New South Wales Electoral Commission to progress the countback process. Council unanimously resolved in October 2024 that should a councillor resign in the first 18 months of this term, a countback election would take place. A countback process does not require voters of Ward B to return to the polls, and a by-election is not required. The New South Wales Electoral Commission will contact all unelected Ward B candidates to confirm their interest in being elected to council. If there is only one eligible candidate, that candidate is elected. If there are multiple eligible candidates, a countback election is conducted based on votes from the election in Ward B in September 2024. And you can find more information about that online. Now, just closing, acknowledgement of contribution. This resignation brings a close to Mr Madden's participation on Cessnock City Council, having been first elected as a Ward B councillor in 2024, as a local community member who was passionate about the Cessnock and Kersley communities, standing on the committee for several local sporting clubs, including Cessnock Hockey and Kersley Crusher Rugby League Football Club. Mr Madden contributed to several internal and external committees during his tenure, including the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Committee and the Butteye and Black Hill Quarry Consultative Committees. On behalf of councillors and staff, we wish Mr Madden we thank Mr Madden for his contribution as a councillor, and we wish Mr Madden well in his future, wherever that may take him. Thank you very much. Councillor Hill.
Thank you very much, Mayor Watton. Excuse me. I just wanted to speak briefly as well, in following from your comments about now ex-councillor Chris Madden's time on council. It is again quite saddening to see the almost immediate impact of some of those changes that have been passed down by the New South Wales Government in regards to the inability for councillors to attend via audio-visual link for a more wider range of purposes. I can only imagine that it's going to continue to have an impact on councils all across the state, especially in our more rural and regional areas. Chris was and will continue to be a fierce advocate for his local community, and most prominently both in his time on council and outside of council in the areas of local sport and recreational facilities. I'd also like just to comment that while one of the reasons for Chris needing to step away due to the changes in not being able to attend virtually while he's out of town for work, he was actually able to commit a great deal of his time when hearing the community meeting with local community groups and local residents who had issues that he needed to have brought forward to council. And I imagine that we'll continue to hear from Chris as a valued member of the community moving forward, even post his time here on council.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Any further discussion? No further discussion. Put it forward for a vote. All in favour? It's unanimous. Now, no motions of urgency have been flagged with me. Anything to table? No motions of urgency. Moving on to items to be discussed. So officers' reports. We'll start with CC4/2026, the authorisation for sale of surplus council land, part lots 378 DP 1002 112. Someone to speak? Councillor Jode.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move an alternate motion, please. That council authorise the sale of identified portion lot of 378 DB. Oh my God, get that out. At the full market value at 27,272.73, excluding GST, with the purchaser to bear all associated costs of transfer, including but not limited to survey, registration value, legal fees and registration of convent. 2, require the purchaser to bear the full cost and responsibility for the removal of the unauthorised shed and any associated works with council's net sale proceeds to remain unhinged. And 3, grant authority to the general manager or delegate officer to negotiate and execute all necessary documentation to give effect to the sale under the above terms. And 4, note that this approach ensures the sale occurs at true market value, protects ratepayers' funds from subsidising at private development costs, and uphold council's property and financial management policies.
Councillor Jode. Before we move on to discussion debate, we have someone to second that alternate. Councillor King.
Okay.
Yep.
So I can talk now? Yeah, okay. Yep. So in this case, we're being asked to discount the land price by $7,760 to cover removal of a shed that was built without council's consent on council's land. That, I believe, is not fair to ratepayers. It's not council's shed and it's not our responsibility to fund its removal. The fair and transparent approach is to sell the land at full value with the developer or buyer paying all costs, including removing their own structure. Council should recover the full $27,272.73 land value, and the purchaser can manage the shed removal as part of their project. This project protects community funds and keeps the transaction consistent with our property investment and development policy.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Jode. Councillor Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just wondering why it was decided to give the proponent a discount for the cost of the removal of the shed.
I'll have to put that through to Director of Works, or put it through Director of Corporate. Director.
Thank you. Councillor Dixon, can you repeat the question, sorry?
So why was the proponent given the discount of offered the discount of $7,760 to remove the shed? Why was that decided?
Okay, thank you, Councillor Dixon. In relation to the proposal, it was part of the negotiations in relation to progressing the approach from the landowner. The shed is on council's land. It was erected by a previous owner of the land under the regime or the laws at the time. I believe it was to when council had to get landowners' consent for a DA. The agreement with the landowner was for a certain agreed cost. He would remove the shed. Any costs above that he would incur, and we would offer a subsidy in relation to the purchase price. The issue there in that agreement was essentially a cost-effective way of us getting that shed off our land without having to go down any compliance type regulation to remove an unauthorised structure on our land, because It was authorised when the DA originally went through.
So apparently the shed predated council ownership. So why wasn't, at that stage when council purchased the land, why wasn't the shed removed then, instead of being sitting there for I'm not sure how many years?
Director.
Thank you, Mayor Watton. My understanding is the shed was erected when the land was in the ownership of what is now Hunter Water Corp. I can't remember what they were called prior to that. So the approval and the erection of the shed was done prior to the land being dedicated to council. As to why or what or how or when, I don't have the details in relation to that, other than the fact that it would have been a dedication of land, and probably at the time not necessarily identified either by Hunter Water or the officers involved that the land had an unauthorised shed on the parcel of land that got dedicated to us. Essentially, this is a cost-effective way of retrospectively trying to fix up a past anomaly in relation to how the land was developed, and we ended up with a shed on a parcel of land that we now own.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dixon. Councillor Pascoe?
Thank you, Mayor Watton. I just wanted to check. This is a very similar situation to what we had last month or a month ago, where we had the same sort of situation. We had a shed on a property and we did the same thing. We took that price off. Is that correct? Is it the same one and it got deferred? Okay.
Is it deferred?
Right.
Yeah.
So it's the same property.
Yep.
Okay. No worries. I just wanted to check. Thanks.
No worries. Councillor Hill?
Thank you, Mayor Watton. Perhaps through you to one of the appropriate directors, from the resolution that currently stands in, the decision was made for council to remove that cost from the sale. Was there an indication during the initial negotiation with the proponent looking to purchase the land that they would not be interested in making the purchase if they had to cover then the cost of the shed removal themselves?
Director of Corporate?
Thank you. Without knowing the full details of the negotiations that undertook, my cautionary note to council in moving the amended recommendation would be that it could potentially put that agreement in jeopardy, and the landowner or the developer may walk away from the proposal, in which case council's left with a shed on our land which we need to deal with. I can't tell you the detail in relation to what was addressed in those negotiations that were undertaken by other officers.
Thank you. And I guess you can probably confirm for me, my reading of the current resolution as it stands on the table is that there is no action identified there for council to continue or renegotiate with the proposed purchaser if they believe that this is no longer a suitable transaction. And so, as you noted, if this is unsuccessful under the current resolution as it stands, the sale will be terminated and we'll just have the block of land ourselves awaiting a future action. Is that correct?
Director?
Thank you. That's my understanding of what this resolution, if it was accepted by council, would entail.
So, Councillor Dread, just mindful as mover. Ask a question? Yep, Councillor Dread.
So my question is, the developer needs this land, right? Don't they, to be able to do the development on the other block?
Director.
Thank you. The genesis of this report was the developer needs a drainage easement to advance his development. This was an agreed outcome of how we could facilitate that with the developer, and I suppose offer up a bit of surplus land that council doesn't have any great need for, and being able to fix this problem that was identified as part of that process. If that hadn't have come through, we probably wouldn't be even aware that was an issue with the shed sitting on that parcel of land. There are other options available for the developer in relation to obtaining a drainage easement that doesn't involve an agreed outcome such as we've been able to come to.
There's two parcels of land though, isn't it? When we look at the enclosures, there's the one up the top and then it's the spot down the bottom with the shed on it. Is that correct? Because they're only buying the little section down the bottom with the shed on.
Director.
My understanding is there are two parcels of land. There's one is the freehold land that the developer has purchased, and there's a small sliver of the drainage reserve that we're proposing to sell to the developer at his cost.
Yep.
Part of that will be where the drainage reserves needs to go. It will involve that shed being there, so that will enhance the removal of that. That's as good as I can give you an answer in relation to that one, okay. Councillor Jed.
So he's already bought the parcel of land and can't build, is that correct, without buying this bit of land?
Director.
Councillor Jed, as I mentioned in my last response, there are other options in relation to him being able to access an easement for a drainage reserve, which doesn't involve a land purchase from council and doesn't involve the agreement in relation to the owner removing the shed.
Okay. And we don't need to sell the land, do we? There's no rush.
hypothetically, I'll put it through to the director as he's on a,
Yeah. Okay.
been
Thank
speaking, but director.
There is a rush because obviously this is an agreement that has been reached with the developer of that parcel of land. So the opportunity lost may be that if this goes through and he says no, that we don't get any return for the land there, and we go through a drainage easement process, and the potential return to council is significantly less. And also, we would then be up for the cost of removing that shed ourselves, as the current person that bought the parcel of land doesn't include the land where the shed sits. So it is our responsibility to get that removed, and we would have to go through a compliance process to get that removed. And if that means finding who put it up, that could be an expensive scenario, or just doing our works ourselves, in which case there is also expense to remove that by our own workforce.
Councillor Harrington.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, interesting motion there put by Councillor Jordan. I thank her for that. I find that we're talking about a parcel of land that is behind a residential block and adjoins Black Creek. I don't think that anyone else is going to walk along and offer council $27,000 for that piece of land. However, I do agree with Councillor Jerd that who should bear the cost of removing that shed? That is a question, and some people can ask, is it a question of fairness? Should it be the buyer of the land when they decide what they want to do with their land, or should the seller make that land fit for sale? And considering that that is an illegal, no, sorry, I'm assuming it's not a compliant shed because it is in a flood-prone place, that shed would have to be removed by council regardless. So if I can see where Councillor Jerd is coming from, but I do not really would want to risk council receiving $20,000 in funds for a piece of land that we have no use for. It is not fit for operational purposes. It's not in our strategic plan. Nobody else is going to want to buy it. I worry that if we come in with this developer without negotiating, if we're not happy with the 7,000s, we risk that opportunity to make that profit for our council, and we are in a very, as we all know, difficult financial situation. So while I understand the intent, and it does, you know, I must admit it bothered me when I read it, thinking, well, why are council bearing the cost? Well, we would never get $20,000 for that block of land, and we would have to remove it anyway. So we could be $7,000 in the red and still own a piece of land that we have to maintain, or we can take $27,000 minus the removal of the shed and walk away from the deal with $20,000. That's just my thoughts.
Thank you, Councillor Harrington. Councillor Hill, mindful that you have spoken, as a question.
I'd probably posit that I've asked questions and haven't spoken on the issue myself just yet, but I would just like to put forward, if I can, noting some of the comments in the debate, if I could please put the original recommendation as printed in the agenda as a foreshadowed motion in the event that the current resolution that stands is unsuccessful.
It might be more efficient, instead of doing that, to move an amendment. Would you propose that? Councillor Hill.
I'm happy to move an amendment, but I was happy to leave it as it is in case there's additional debate that still wishes to happen on the current motion as it stands. Yeah, I did. That was the intent. My intent is to foreshadow the original recommendation as printed in the agenda, and if other councillors so wish to reject this motion as it stands, they can know that there will be a following motion to be debated.
Okay. So just the previous motion as originally written. Okay. Councillor Joe, is there questions?
Seeing as I'm listening to the room, is there a way, I would prefer to get the 27,000, but I understand where Councillor Harrington pointed out quite a good situation. Yes, it was a bit of land that we probably won't be able to sell. So what I'm asking the General Manager maybe might be able to help me with the wording, that is there a way we can go back and say we would like a bit more than 19, like the 19,000, rather than going full-blown 27,000?
So essentially another dot point to open
Maybe
up further
share half the
negotiation.
costs of the shed, maybe?
So negotiate further.
Yeah, negotiate maybe a little bit better deal, and if not, go to the original motion so that we sell.
You have to assess the risk and speak to that. So Councillor Jerd, so just with regards to this, I mean, you could amend dot point 1 or dot point 2,
Yeah.
and make further negotiations and authorise GM to go forward with that. So just a bit of
So, yeah,
that conversation behind. Yeah, sorry.
Well, I was going to say, basically, I don't want to lose the sale, but I would like to get as much as we can for it, and I think we could get a little bit more than the 19,000, and I think that maybe we could halve the cost of was it nearly $8,000 they wanted? It was 7,000 something.
Just my mind would think that it might be easier to amend the original.
It might be easier to amend the original.
Yeah, but I'll get further commentary from the General Manager. That's just my thoughts, but would you like to comment?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Jerd. We could have well, I think you would have to change the numbers, but one is that the General Manager authorised to seek a renegotiation of the terms to seek to maximise Council's return.
Yes, yep.
Failing any agreement being reached, then
Yes.
the rest follow. My only cautionary note to that is that this is a public resolution, and the council, the purchaser knows that we've agreed on a price at 27. So, but we can still do that. So
Yeah.
we could go back and try and negotiate. In the absence of that, then you delegate authority to the General Manager to authorise that price
Yep.
set.
I'd feel better to do that so that we don't lose the sale, but we get as much as we can for it.
Okay, so we're going to make that amendment.
I guess the concern is if the person purchasing officer is watching the meeting, they just say no and they get it anyway.
At the end of the day, at least we still tried to get a bit more.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? We're not going to lose the sale, but...
Casey said maybe we should have moved into confidential session to discuss it.
We'll learn for next time.
Okay, so now we've got the 5 dot points. We just had to work through the language there.
So is the seconder okay with that, Dan?
Yeah, so seconder, Councillor King, would you be happy to adopt? Yep, so that now forms the motion. Okay, we'll just make sure we've got this right before we move on. Just make sure we're not double handling.
Just take out such.
So just to confirm, it's still point 1, going back to the original motion. We're happy to, yeah, just want to make sure that we're...
Yeah, so it's that big at the start and then the original recommendation to council. And that's been moved and accepted by...
The seconder, yeah. Just confirming with the move and a seconder there, Councillor Drew, Councillor King, so we're happy, we're making amendments to the original. Just make sure we get the wording right. So looking to maximise the return to council, and if the agreement cannot be reached, then do we need to fix the numbering on that? Yeah.
Get rid of the one above, Rob. So that's what you're voting on.
Okay.
Susan, got a question, mate?
Okay, so we've adopted that with the mover and the seconder. So Councillor Dixon, a question?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just want to ask another question. When council goes into negotiations, whether it's the sale of the land, when they negotiate, do they pretty much consider that a done deal before it's brought to council?
I believe it comes down to things like delegated authority and things of that nature. But I guess
I just feel that we
that's dealing
keep
with the
being
deals.
asked to approve something that's pretty much already been approved before it even gets to us. And this isn't the first time. If that's the case, this isn't the first time that it's happened. It's happened probably 3 or 4 times since I've been on council, where council have made a decision and then brought it to us to approve that decision.
But just back to the, is there a question or
Yeah,
more
well,
of a
the
statement
question
observation?
is, when council are negotiating, whether it be the sale of a land or doesn't really matter what it is, do they consider that negotiation a done deal before it comes to council, if you know what I mean? Has it already been decided that's how it's going to be?
Okay, Director.
Thank you. Councillor Dixon, the short answer is no. Obviously, there's a number of circumstances where negotiations will occur prior to bringing something to council. In relation to disposal of or purchase of land, it's only a decision the elected body can make. However, all those things are usually thrashed out in the background, and the intent of officers in anything would be to get the best return to council that's possibly available. But all those sort of works have to go in place before we bring a decision to council. Not necessarily that we've got this, what do you think, how should we progress it? Because the people involved may not be happy to sort of wait around for that process to occur. I do get where you're coming from in relation to these items, and they may seem that way, but ultimately any discussions we have with anyone in relation to an easement or a land purchase or a land sale or whatever it may be, is always subject to this needs to go to council and it needs to get the elected body's approval before it becomes a finalised agreement.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor King.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just want to speak to this motion and then propose another amendment if Councillor Jerd would allow me to dot point 4 as it is now. The amendment that I would propose, and I'm still speaking, so don't move it yet, that council allocate the net proceeds of the sale to the maintenance fund. Just because if we do end up selling this land, there's another motion later down on the agenda about the Charlton Street intersection, and the preferred option that council recommended there in stage 1, there's a $15,000 to $20,000 cost that would come out of the maintenance fund for that project to go ahead. So I would like to, if it's allowed, I don't know if we should ask the General Manager whether we can redirect. So I want to ask Councillor Jerd if I can change dot point 4 to that motion. So we redirect that funding to the maintenance fund. Then when they do that project, that extra cost is already covered because the other 2 stages is grant funded. So we'll be putting this money to use.
So Councillor Jerd, are you happy to adopt that? There was a question in there too. My understanding is we could allocate, I'll make sure I get that technically correct, so I don't put my foot in it, but I'll put it through Director, Corporate.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor King, you are able to remove that amendment, and Council can make a decision as to where the money goes over and above existing policy that has been adopted. So certainly it's more than okay for you to say that the proceeds be directed to the maintenance, road maintenance budget would be the wording.
Thank you.
Okay, so just to be clear, we've got that now as that's what we're debating now. So Councillor Lee.
Mr Mayor. Just reading what's on the screen at the moment. So dot point 1 there, Council authorise the General Manager to renegotiate the terms of the sale to maximise the return to Council. And then dot point 3, Council grant authority to the General Manager to negotiate the sale with reference to current market valuation. Are we not completely doubling up there? This is...
It's my initial thought as well. As I said, double handling before, but I'll put it for the Director of Corporate.
Dot point 3 is more around authorising the GM to execute the all associated documentation. So certainly we could look to change that in some way, shape or form. I think dot point 1 is very much standalone. It's going back to saying to the General Manager to go back and renegotiate with the proponent. And then if nothing else happens, we need authority from the council to execute all the sale documentation. If that sale renegotiation falls over, dot point 3 becomes moot because we won't be doing it. So I think it needs to stay there as currently written.
Okay, thank you, Director and Councillor Lee. Councillor Palmowski.
Thank you, Mayor. I might be a silly question. I just wanted to double check with Councillor Hill's foreshadowed motion if the original motion still stands in this situation.
Yes, it does.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, is there any further discussion on this amended motion? It's been... Okay, we'll put it forward for a vote. All in favour? Oh, okay, no, hold. We're nearly... Councillor Harrington.
Yeah, didn't Councillor Jerd accept Councillor King's amendment to the maintenance fund? Council note the net proceeds of the sale are to be credited to the, and it still says property investment.
Yeah, thank you for the pickup. Okay, so just to double check with everyone, that's what we're actually, and this is why we need to take our time to make sure we get our wording when there's a lot of flux and change. So is there any further discussion on that? No, any foreshadow motion. Councillor King.
Sorry, it was the maintenance budget, not the road maintenance budget.
Okay. Councillor Hill? Okay. Now we're going to put this forward for a vote as it stands, as written. We'll put it forward. So all in favour? Councillor Dixon, Dunn, Harrington, Hill, Jerd, King and Watton. Those against? Councillor Lee, Mason, Pomolsky, Pascoe and Hawkins. It's carried. Okay, now moving on to report CC5/2026. Minutes of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Advisory Committee held on the 5th of December 2025. Can I have someone to move that, please? Councillor Hill. Seconded. Councillor Lee. Any Councillor Jerd?
Thank you, Mayor. I just got a couple of questions about this report. On the enclosures on page 8, it refers to a proposed payment for knowledge. And I just wanted to ask, could I have a few more details clarifying who specifically would be receiving the payment, what the payment is for, that is, what type of knowledge or intellectual input is being purchased, when the payment is proposed to occur and under what milestones or deliverables, and how much the total payment amount is, and who would be funding it from which budget or cost centre, and whether external funding or ratepayers' funds are being used.
So there's a sequence of questions there to
Sorry,
confirm. You might have to break those down one by one.
Okay, I'll break it down. So who specifically would be receiving the payment?
Okay, so who's going to be receiving the payment?
Yeah, for the knowledge.
Yep, Director of Corporate.
Thank you. Councillor Jerd, I'll have to take all those questions on notice. I wasn't at that particular meeting, so I can't comment on that. And due to the volume of them, we'll probably need to make sure that we take it on notice and get the appropriate responses back.
Send it through to an email?
That would be perfect. Thank you.
No worries, we'll do. I was going to do it today and I got distracted.
So Councillor Hill, just be mindful, you did move, so you were reserving your right to reply? Okay. Councillor Harrington?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to state that this report before us reinforces the important advisory role of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Island Advisory Committee, and the recommendation is largely to ensure continued consultation and cultural input into the strategic planning process, which I believe is very good governance. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harrington. Is any further discussion noting Councillor Hill?
Thank you, Mayor Watton. I also had some notes here that I'll reinforce the comments from Councillor Harrington. Just reading through the minutes, I was unfortunately unable to attend this meeting and sent my apologies, but to see that a number of the plans being brought to the committee are continuing to be workshopped a number of times before coming to council. Historically, there'd been some commentary, and I think a previous practice of sometimes taking completed and finalised plans of council to this committee for a bit of a check off at the end of the process, which sort of flies in the face of the intent of the consultative committee. Whereas now it seems as though a number of these processes and plans are coming to the committee for consultation and then going off to be continued to work on or to have changes made and actioned, which I think is a positive to note. Just to also reflect on a query that Councillor Jerd raised, in my reading of the dot points and the commentary on the motion around the possibility of payments, it notes that this was a discussion held by the committee and that there was no decision made of that being the routine moving forward. But I would be happy to see the responses through from staff on some questions to see whether or not that's something that council is pursuing or whether or not there is an additional background, because unfortunately I was not able to attend the meeting and don't have the full background for that discussion, but I'll also be keeping my eye out for the responses as they come through.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Likewise, I was unable to attend that one. It was an apology as well, so I do look forward to attending the next committee. All that being said, Councillor King, just be mindful, Councillor Hill had it was the mover, right to reserve. So you got a question? No? Okay. All right, we'll now put it for a vote. All in favour? It's Councillor Dixon, Dunn, Harrington, Hill, Jerd, Lee, Mason, Palmolsky, Pascoe, Hawkins and Watton. Those against? Councillor King. It's carried. Moving on to report CC6/2026, the Australian Local Governments Association 2026 with the NGA, the National General Assembly, tenants and motions. We have some recommendation up there on the screen as written. Some to move.
You need to nominate someone.
Oh, no. We've got a recommendation though. Well, you can discuss.
It's a recommendation.
Yeah. So, Councillor Hill to move and speak.
Thank you, Mayor Watton. Taking the recommendation as printed, I'm happy to move the noting of the councillors to attend within dot point 1. It is my understanding, and other councillors can please feel free to correct me if I've missed anyone, but that council determined the voting delegates and attendees for the Australian Local Government Association National General Assembly to be Mayor Daniel Watton as a voting delegate. And councillors Hill and Dunn as attendees. Have I missed any other councillors who would wish to have their name down to attend? Very good.
Speak now or literally hold your peace if anyone would like to go. All right, do we have someone to second? Second, Councillor Palmolsky. Any further discussion?
And I'll just very briefly note before moving on from me that it's fantastic, and I congratulate Councillor Dunn for putting her hand up to attend as a new councillor, excited to get in and see how some of this federal advocacy can work. I know some other councillors, Councillor King and Palmowski and myself attended last year, and it's interesting to see. We often deal with things here locally in our LGA that are affected by policies and decisions from the federal government, even within the local government space. And I think it'll be interesting for councillors, especially new councillors, to see how that operates at the Assembly.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hill. It'd be nice for it to be more available to the general public so they can have more of an understanding about how all levels of government work together. I think it'd be quite beneficial. And just make sure you wear something warm, Councillor Dunn. Councillor Harrington.
Oh, sorry. Won't be a second, Mayor. Just lost my spot. Okay, this may not be a popular opinion coming from me within this chamber, but while I support Cessnock City Council's representation at the Assembly in Canberra, I don't support the attendance of 3 councillors. Look, I strongly recommend that, I'll be voting against this motion as at the amendment of, because I believe we should have 1 delegate, and that delegate with voting rights should be our Mayor, Dan Watton, to attend to ensure that our council's voice is heard and our advocacy is cost effective. Sending only 1 representative balances financial responsibility, which we should all be very wary and mindful of at the moment, with strategic influence. Sending a single capable delegate, we still maintain a presence at the National Forum. We contribute to shaping policies, we access invaluable learning opportunities, or the Mayor does, and he can pass them down to us, and we strengthen our regional advocacy, all while respecting ratepayers' funds. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harrington. Is there any further discussion on this? It is definitely something I do. Oh, okay, there is discussion. Councillor Pascoe.
Sorry. I completely understand what Councillor Harrington is saying, but personally, if I could have, I would have put my name up to go because it's part of our professional development as councillors. So I think it is really important for us to be able to do our job and be exposed to what other councillors are doing. So for me, I would have loved the opportunity to network with other people. So I'm supportive of sending the delegates when it's part of our budget as well. So I understand we are at a big financial impasse at the moment, but where we can better ourselves as councillors, I think we have to take every opportunity that we have.
Councillor Pascoe, Councillor Pomorski.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to echo Councillor Pascoe as someone who has attended the ALGA conference and other conferences as a councillor, Local Government New South Wales, for example. These conferences are invaluable. Networking with other councillors, getting ideas of how they manage different things. We have workshops on different areas such as disaster, flood, bushfires, that we can all learn from and come up with ideas and network and collaborate and what might work in our own LGA. I think it's something that we should all have the opportunity of going to. So I'm sorry, Councillor Harrington, I don't agree. And I just think you can't have enough education in anything that you do, and it just only makes us a better person and better person for our community and better advocate as well.
Thank you, Councillor Pomorski. It is a tough one. Just to make a quick comment on this before we put it forward for a vote, because we are at a financial impasse. That's absolutely correct, and there's also the positivity of professional development, which is can be invaluable in this role. So it is it's a hard tightrope at the moment, particularly in this climate. I definitely hear that. Talk for a few days on that one. But anyway, so Councillor Jode.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd be more supportive with our current climate, with our asking for an SV to support 2 rather than 3. I think it would be good for Councillor Dunn to go, as she hasn't attended before. Is that a possibility, to change it and support 2?
Well, you can propose an amendment.
Could I move an amendment?
And so I'll just, with regards to who's actually going, so who the candidates will be.
Would be yourself and Councillor Dunn.
The mover and second to
Sorry,
be.
am I saying it right? Which one is it, Dunn or Doon? Dunn. Okay, good. I'm just making sure.
So with the mover and second to be.
Just purely on the fact that we're watching our budget. I know it is accounted for, but Councillor Hill has attended before, and I think this is a happy medium.
Okay. So would the mover and seconder be willing to adopt that?
If Councillor Dunn is happy to attend with yourself, then that's now.
I'll be with you. Okay. So mover and seconder is okay? Adopting? Okay. All right, so that now forms the recommendation. We'll put it forward for a vote. Is there any discussion before we put that forward? No discussion? Oh, sorry, just making sure we got the... Okay. Now we've got the wording correct. Are we all happy to move forward? Okay, we'll put it forward for a vote. All in favour? Councillor Dixon, Dunn, Hill, Jode, King, Lee, Mason, Pascoe, Hawkins and Watton. Those against, Councillors Harrington and Pomorski. That's carried. Now on to report CC7/2026, the December 25 review of the 25 to 29 delivery program. Can I have someone to move that, please? Councillor Jode, seconded. Councillor Harrington. Someone to discuss? Any discussion? Councillor Harrington.
Thank you, Mayor Watton. I may have done this in the wrong order, but anyway, look, I'll just say how I feel. While I'm happy to support point 1 of this motion, noting the quarterly update of the delivery program, I do not feel in the position to approve the changes to the operational plan and targets at this time. I feel it's essential that we as councillors sit down with our council staff in a dedicated workshop to carefully review this plan, focusing on reducing expenditure and identifying further projects that could be scaled back, deferred or removed entirely. And I do acknowledge that council staff have recently undertaken a review of the budget and operational plan when developing the long-term financial plan, but personally I would have liked to see councillors play a greater role in this process. As we are aware, here in this chamber last meeting, we resolved to apply to IPART for a special rate variation, effectively asking our ratepayers to contribute more. So I believe as councillors we owe them to be especially diligent about our expenditure and to ensure that our decisions support the long-term financial sustainability of council. So for these reasons, I think I would like to, can I move a procedural motion?
It's a...
Yeah.
Which,
I can do an amendment.
would you like to make an amendment?
Well, I want a procedural motion because I'm happy to support point 1, to note the progress of the implementation of the delivery program. I have no issues with that, but it's point 2 that I don't feel I can, in my current feeling is that I cannot approve those changes without playing a more active role in why those changes were made and what other changes could be made from the input of councillors.
So would you propose an amendment then on the point 2? Perhaps a workshop, or are you looking to defer, or just trying to make sure?
I would like to defer until, so I did sort of word something. I would like to defer that the consideration of this item be deferred until a budgetary workshop inviting all councillors and relevant staff is held to review the proposed changes and cost-cutting measures in the operational plan. Now, I can see some conversation happening at the front there, and I probably should have ran this one past executive staff because I'm not really sure if that has any implications on the running of council if those changes aren't approved or if they're delayed.
Well, I might put that question through to Director Corporate, but my initial thing, just to speak really briefly before the Director does and give much more nuanced answer, is potentially grant-related projects might be at risk. I don't want to have those fall over, but I'll put it over to the Director.
Thank you, Mayor Watton. Councillor Harrington, can I ask a question before I answer? Are you seeking to not adopt the dollar changes or not adopt the actions and targets as opposed provided in the delivery program? So I will point out before you answer that, both reports are strategically linked. One leverages off the other. They're potentially, with the change by not adopting those changes, it may impact individual programs or projects, particularly where there are new actions or items coming in, particularly around relation to grant-funded projects. So the short answer is what you're proposing by not adopting them may put some of those projects at risk. Off the top of my head, that's the quickest answer I can give you, just because we're thinking on the fly, because we haven't been able to have those discussions earlier. As an alternate, perhaps, is that in this case, Council adopts the recommendation changes to the action plans and the targets as outlined in the report, and that we work with Council and you get the General Manager to work with Council to address how we may get you more actively involved prior to this coming to the elected body. Noting, of course, that we have all those restrictions that are currently in play in relation to briefings and the like. So I get the intent that you're trying to do. I'm just not sure tonight on the fly as how we may be able to implement that without adversely impacting programs. And that's short and sweet as the answer I can give.
Okay. Well, with respect, Director, in my term of council, I feel that myself and other councillors have on several times tried to get a seat at the table in these discussions and have been not involved. And while I welcome, I guess I would accept a change that you mentioned, I would certainly want stronger wording than organise. I would want a definite that we are involved. Not just an airy-fairy, we'll try and get you more involved. I want to see that we are invited and that we have a seat at the table when these discussions are made, because we are the ones that have to live in this community and face the backlash of our budget restrictions and asking ratepayers to pay more rates. So I think that we should be privy to those discussions and highly involved in any changes to the operational plan and budget.
Yeah, got the Acting General Manager to make a comment.
Thank you, Mr Mayor and Councillor Harrington. I'd urge all councillors to write to the Minister on this issue. They've made it, the OLG has made it expressly clear.
Sorry, General Manager, I'm
Sorry,
very hard of hearing.
so I'd urge all councillors and community members to write to the OLG in relation to the issues around the Code of Meeting Practice. We have, from the OLG, been expressly advised that on items, and particularly budget items, that have been identified on the agenda, we are expressly not to engage. I find that, from a professional point of view, extremely difficult for us. What we are talking about here is the ongoing budget and the current operations. In the preparation of a budget, we are advised that in the very early phases we can engage with council, but once you get to the point where you are starting to put it on an agenda and deal with draft budgets, then workshops and briefings are not permissible under the current code. We understand movement hasn't occurred in that space with regard to amendments being made, but I would urge the government to make some changes in that respect, because councillors need to be involved as the approvers of this. But that is a constraint that we certainly are facing. So I understand and hear what you're saying, but that would be the response.
Look, just again, respectfully, this problem has not just begun since the new Code of Meeting Practice. I feel that we have been not invited to the table since, well, my beginning of my term on council. And I feel that, as I said, I know I strongly feel, and I know others in the room here do as well, that we should be involved in those discussions, and as you just mentioned. So perhaps a way of overcoming the new Code of Meeting Practices would be that we make a point 3 here that council, because you say that we cannot have a briefing or a workshop for any item that is on the agenda, but in 3 months' time we're going to be looking at a review. So we have 2 months where we could meet, councillors can meet before that item is an agenda item. Is that a possibility?
I would agree. The OLG's advice is different because it's intended to go to a meeting, so you know it's going to be an agenda item therefore. I'm not agreeing with that position, but we would need to be cautious. We are continuing, and I will look to ways to engage with the councillors that don't breach the code but give you that opportunity. So we are anticipating that some of the councils that meet more frequently than us in this current month will perhaps play out some more information that the OLG will then deal with, and I will keep councillors informed on that.
Okay, I just have one more question, sorry, Mayor. I understand that the new Code of Meeting Practices have really changed the ways councils operate, and I have to strongly speak out that it really does affect our ability to do our job and serve our community. And I am personally going to contact the Office of Local Government to find out, because I cannot believe that the intention of their changes are to exclude councillors from budget reviews and operational plan reviews. And if it does, what is the point of our role? Thank you.
The difficulty is that if a matter is going on to an agenda, then we aren't able to have workshops and briefings. It's a matter of timing and working through, but I'm happy for you to meet. Yeah. I will say, because I imagine every council meeting that's live streamed will be vetted in the next month or 3 by the OLG. The staff have been quite reasonable in trying to help us, but are aware that the Minister has a very strong view on this.
Yes, Councillor Pascoe.
Thanks, Mayor Watton. I just had 2 questions. One is fairly similar to Councillor Harrington's train of thought. Once or if the changes to the operational plan and actions and targets as outlined in the report, if that motion does go through as is, can we as councillors still take things out of the operational plan if we find something that we believe isn't necessary through a notice of motion?
Definitely, resolution of council, you can hypothetically make any change you like, but then it has to, be lawful, and particularly
Yeah,
there's money
there would
involved,
have to be a report done, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Budget, yep. The other question that I had was probably something that would have to be taken on notice, but I noticed in the cemeteries column, it says that there's a couple of things that have been like deferred or not progressing, but the only thing I can see is that it says funding has been withdrawn for future projects or previous projects have been completed. How do we know what the future projects were going to be? Is there a way for us to see that? You can take it on notice. I only thought of it.
I'll put it through to the Director of Works, so it's on the resolutions tracker and
Well, I
emailing.
couldn't find it on that.
I'll put it through the Director of Works.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Apologies, Councillor Pascoe. Could you repeat that, and I'll see if I can.
Going through the delivery program and the capital of works, there's a table that has things that are in progress, complete, not due to start, not progressing. And then in the enclosures, under the cemeteries, it just says funding has been withdrawn for future projects, but previous projects have all been completed. And I didn't know if there's a way for us to know what the future projects were supposed to be and what we've cut to save money there.
Do you mind if I take that on notice? There are some changes to the cemeteries policy, and as a result, changes to the way in which we implement that. So, but the details, I'll get back to you and council on that.
I've just had a lot of people approach me about toilet blocks and things like that at cemeteries, and I'm just curious to see if that's part of the thing that's been cut. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pascoe. Councillor King.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to make a couple of comments in support of Councillor Harrington there. Because when we first come on to council this new term, I thought someone's taken the mickey out of us. The delivery program, where when we decided what it's going to look like at the start of this term of council, there was a couple of notice boards lined up and we all got a little round sticker and we put next to what item you like. And then that was the feedback from the councillors to decide what our 4-year delivery program looks like. Now, Councillor Harrington is pointing out that there's changes being made to this, the operational plan that's drafted from the delivery plan, and there's significant cost implications involved there as well. And then mix all that with bureaucracy, and it becomes very clear to me anyway that the councillors in this room has a very limited amount of influence on actually controlling any of these policies. So I'd like some sort of, explanation or a memo or something to tell us, well, how do you expect us, or if it needs to come from the Office of Local Government, how do you expect a group of councillors to change the delivery program? Because there's people on one side that's not going to agree with things that I like, and there's people on the other sides that will. But we all need to discuss that as a group. But the way it's set up now is they want us to put amendments in to make changes to the delivery program. So what does that look like? Do me as a single councillor try and draft an amendment or draft a notice of motion to change the entire delivery program, or do I need to do each line item, nom by nom, and have 10 notice of motions come to council? Like, I just think it's not unreasonable for councillors to seek a bit more clarity on how we move forward from here. And I'm not trying to be aggressive towards anyone. I'm just frustrated, and I'm starting to see it with some of the other councillors as well now, because we did just approve a 40% application to IPART, and it doesn't feel to me as a councillor that we actually have any control of cost keeping it. So That's just my comments on this motion, and I'd like to support Councillor Harrington and her comments on it as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor King. Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Mayor Watton. I just have some commentary myself and a couple of questions. I might kick off with an initial question to get some clarity from the Acting General Manager. There was a comment before about the fact that briefing, under the new Code of Meeting Practice, briefings and workshops are prohibited. It may be my understanding that the briefings and workshops may have been possible if they were made public or made accessible to the public. Is that not correct, or is that?
In the same way, so if you're going to have a workshop, it would be in a public forum, public meeting. So the ability to have conversations with the councillors to answer some of the questions that the community have prior to is what's being limited. Otherwise, everything needs to occur in a public and a live streamed format.
So does, noting that, are we currently working on, I've noted that the briefing calendar event slot had been removed from councillors with perhaps a pending new briefing spot for us to maybe do an open to the public briefing in future. Is that something we're still looking at doing in future months, where we have briefings somewhat similar to what we've had in the past, but ones that are just actively open to the publik and live streamed? Is that what we're aiming to do?
Where they would be held as open and live streamed.
Yep.
Yes.
Very good. Thank you very much for that. Just back to some of my commentary, I just wanted to note, separate from the discussion around Councillor Harrington's comments about some of the content within the report, I note that there's been some good progress, just speaking on some of the positive outcomes of some of the items that have been completed, that we're a reasonably large organisation that undertakes a lot of work across the board, and sometimes I feel like some things do sort of slip by without too much acknowledgement. I note in the report that it details the fact that we've had 4 work experience placements completed. I'm not 100% clear if that's within the 3-month period or if that's in the 12-month period, but even still, it's alongside our growing apprenticeship program. It's good to see that we have work experience opportunities being taken up within our council as well. I also wanted to note there's been the marked completion of the growth in our community resilience network. This is some work that I think often the community and even perhaps councillors don't see all that often, but in attending some additional drop-in sessions as follow-up from bushfires in recent years in our community, I've seen sort of the outcome of a lot of work over the years that's been done by council in establishing these resiliency networks across our LGA for areas that are often affected by natural disaster and other incidents such as this. It was noted to me in some conversations, even out in Wollombi last year, in relation to the flooding and the fires that has been out there, that the resources and communications available to them in more recent years after this work by council has made the response either during or after these events a lot more accessible. So there, a few of these comments, it was I think it was good to see some of that work that's being done. I would note that there was a dot point within the report as well that noted that advocacy around council's support for an expansion of the intersection at Hart Road over the Hunter Expressway has, I guess, met a difficulty in the fact that Transport for New South Wales doesn't currently support that endeavour. And I was just hoping that this is a bit of a reminder that advocacy to the state government on a number of issues is an ongoing and continuous battle, because that's a note that I know that a number of locals in the community would like to see some progression in there, especially with the progression of the Loxford development and the industrial estate just off the Hunter Expressway. I think that that's something we should, of course, be continuing to pursue. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. And I think it is really important to keep noting and highlighting those wins, because there are a lot of wins. Council does get unfairly bashed quite a bit. I've got a few comments on that to share. We'll keep the debate going though. Councillor Jerd.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm actually glad I was in queue to go after Councillor Hill, because you just gave me a good idea. Could we not change dot point 2 then to defer until we do a public live stream meeting about the delivery program, as council is asking for an SV? The community and their representatives, being us councillors, should be a part of what we're going to cut or keep, seeing as we're the ones going out there getting addressed by the public sometimes. Well, luckily I haven't had it, but I have seen it happen to other people. I think we should have a good say in what we're going to cut and keep.
Okay, so just to confirm, you'd like to propose an amendment to defer until public briefing?
Yeah. If we can do public briefings about it, and we should all get a say in it. We get elected to represent our community, and if we're the ones that have to decide on an SV or not, we should have a good say in the delivery program, the budget, anything that we should have a good say in, not be iced out.
Just the mover and a second. Would the mover, I think we're definitely going to come to some kind of legal issue with, particularly with like funds and grants and things like that. While they're talking,
maybe
I'll
we
be
could
really
just-
keen to support anything that offers transparency, because
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, as just being very frank, there's a lot of conversations being had right now, obviously with the Office of Local Government, code being in practice, where the councillor resigned because code being in practice, whichever way you see that.
Yeah.
It's absolutely been so frustrating in this role, and it's been even more restrained. We need to definitely open up. So that's just me speaking very candidly. I'll be fully supportive if it's not going to land us in some kind of,
Yeah,
you know,
well, all I was
hot
going to
water.
say too, Mayor, is if we have an issue with not knowing if it's legal or not, even if we just defer the report until we work out if it is legal to
Okay.
do it.
I just want to confirm with the acting general manager, can I have some commentary on?
Look, yes, Mr. Mayor. The only comment is that I accept you're dealing with the special variation that's in relation to the budget to come. What we're asking about is in relation to the current and the delivery. And if there's nothing to stop what you're trying to do, but if in between that and when you adopt it, if there are certain projects that haven't been endorsed as part of these two reports, then those projects will stop. We simply don't have a resolution to continue with them. That in and of itself is just something we'll move on to others, but just conflating
mindful of
the
that.
SV and the preparation and doing with the delivery and operational plans for the current budget, just be mindful that they are two different budgets.
Yep. I honestly can't see it being too big of an issue if we can get a briefing, like the live stream happening before the next council meeting. Pushing it off one meeting is not going to be, to me.
So just to confirm, we're looking to defer until a public briefing is held.
Yep, and if we can
So
do
we'll
it
put that
before
forward
the
for a
next
vote now.
council meeting, maybe.
It's got to need to follow the line of conversation. So, Councillor Palmowski.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. I have a quick question, and I realise it probably will need to be taken on notice, but I just noticed in the delivery program about meeting the public transport stops compliance, including those with disability. Do we have that we could have a copy of? I've just received some communication around bus stops, that's all, in Huntley, with a lack of shelters and direct accessible access and no pedestrian crossings, so I wouldn't mind having a look. Do we have access to those?
Director of Works.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Palmowski. Yes, there's access to the country trains and passenger network, CPTIG as it's called. Sorry, apologies for not being able to
That's okay, I'll put you on the spot.
convert the analogy
Could have
into
been an email.
there has been a focus from Transport on the disability compliance for bus stops in particular. Those bus stops are evaluated on a year-by-year basis, and we do have flexibility in transferring those funds between locations based on a review from Transport. But I'll look into providing you with the latest list that we have.
That'd be great, thank you. I also just wanted to put talk some positive things out of it, just out in my neck of the woods of Ward C. I just wanted to comment on the fresh look of the Branxton Community Hall, and also the Branxton Town Centre and the works being done there for new community-driven areas, such as picnic tables, wider footpaths and a much-needed pedestrian crossing. In particular, I do want to comment on the design and drainage easements for Dalwood Road. This is something I hear about on a regular basis, and it is great to see that the design for the drainage road and shared pathway are now complete and the grant money for construction is actively being sought. Personally, I remember walking down this road in high school to get to the bus stop and it desperately needing attention then. I remember walking in the middle of the road to get around all the potholes as the water flooded down beside the road. So it's nice that the road is finally out on the radar and is out to be upgraded. So we don't have to wait much longer, I hope. And like I said, I do receive regular emails from the residents about this. So it's nice that I can give them an answer that the plans are underway for this road. I just wanted to also comment on the Council's commitment to our Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people in providing work and also working towards cultural support and safety within the workplace within a council.
Thank you, Councillor Pamowski. There was a lot of advocacy last term, with all the Ward C councillors, and Dalewood's definitely top of the pops every time you go out there, which I live out there too that way, and it's definitely in the big trifecta of things. Councillor Hill.
I had a question, but perhaps initially on what I imagine may be a point of order. I believe Councillor Jerd did move a procedural motion to defer a little while ago, and it's not been dealt with as of
Correct.
yet.
Yeah, you're actually correct. We'll need to pull that up. So there has been a procedural motion. Now we need a seconder for that. Councillor King. All right, we'll put that now forward for a vote. So just to confirm, we are going back to that. I do apologise. Until a public briefing is held, we're going to defer this report. Is everyone clear on what we're going to vote on? Okay. All in favour? Councillor Dixon, Dunn, Harrington, Jerd, King, Mason, Pamowski and Watton. Those against? Councillor Hill, Lee, Pascoe and Hawkins. That's carried. Must have just wanted to talk about Ward C. Okay, now review, moving on to CC8/2026, the quarterly budget review statement, quarter 2, 31st December 2025. Can I have someone to move that, please? Councillor Jerd, seconded. Councillor Pascoe. Any discussion? Councillor Jerd.
I just got a quick question. I might have to be an email because I don't know if you'll actually be able to answer it. But I was sort of asked a question from the public wanting to know how many staff members we have in HR. Is that something we can find out if I put it in an email?
It is operational, but I'm happy to ask the question.
All right, yeah, I'll send it through. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Jerd. Councillor Dixon.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just want to ask a couple of questions about the capital expenditure by program. So excuse my ignorance because I'm still learning about all these different charts and everything else. So the actual original budget for, doesn't matter which one it is that like the estimated cost that the job is going to be? Or is that just, could be like a fund, like money that's been put aside for that project, or is that the actual total that is expected to cost?
Put through to Director.
Thank you, Mayor Watton. Councillor Dixon, all the original budgets, whether they be in the capital budget or the QBRS document, is the original budget as adopted by Council. So that would be the estimate at the time the budget was prepared as to what the cost would be, and similarly for our operational type matters, the estimate of what the cost expenditure is going to be in that particular line item.
Yeah, thank you. And so then what about the approved variation? Where does that come from? Is that more funding? Is it because you needed more money that it was then approved, or is it that money's come from somewhere so you can actually do more work than you originally thought, or where does that money come from?
Director.
Where the money comes from could be multiple sources, could be grant funding, could be council deciding to reallocate money elsewhere. It could be using council's own money, reserves and the like. The approved component of that means it's been to council in some way, shape or form. That could be the carry forward report that went to council in August for projects brought forward. It could be a new grant funding opportunity that council's agreed to, or it could be the quarterly budget reviews that have been to council previously. So this is one as we're looking at the December QBRS. The September one would have also included approved changes or recommended changes, the council's adopted, and that becomes the approved change.
Yeah, I've just noticed there's not a lot, but there's a few, like there's 5 items on that list that have blown out like quite considerably from the original budget. Is that just mainly put down to like increased cost of materials, or like one's 1.9 million, like another one's $350,000, $405,000. Sorry, that one's not $405,000. Yeah, for another one. Like, what's that due to?
Without knowing which table or what page you're looking at, it's a bit hard to answer.
Sorry,
is it in the enclosure document
84,
also?
84 of the enclosure.
Thank you.
It's a capital expenditure by program. Could it be because it's taken X amount of years to actually start working on that program, so the cost is blown out, or?
Can I just confirm, sorry, just to jump in here, which particular expenditure line item you're looking at? Is there a particular one, or you're just asking in general?
Well, there's the drainage construction program. That's one of them. So the original budget was $2,715,000, and then there was a variation of $1,981,000. Like, that's a fair difference, you know, from the original budget from 2.7 to 4.9.
Yep. All right, Director.
Yep, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Dixon.
Yeah.
That would be approved variations in the September quarter. What made that up? I'd have to go back and look at the September budget review program.
Yep.
Normally what we do with all these, where there are a variation, we provide some commentary to council. We don't carry that commentary forward into the next QBRS for the quarter. So I would have to go back and look at what was in that document, or if you could reference that document yourself.
Yep.
It should have some commentary under it as to why the budget's changed. It could be a new program that's been come on, or it might be a grant funded project. I don't honestly know.
Yep, that's okay. It's just curious because I'm just trying to work out what it all means, that's all. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Councillor King.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got a couple of questions as well, if I may, directed to the General Manager, I suppose. In the balance sheet, enclosure 1, page 80, so the income and expenses table, there's a section there that says depreciation, and the previous year actual was 26 million. And the projector year end is 32 million. Could you just briefly explain what that little section there with the depreciation and particularly means to the broader view of the bottom line of our budget, please?
Okay, put that through to Director of Corporate.
Thank you. Councillor King, the figures in relation to depreciation is essentially that's a drawdown and the usage, I suppose, of your asset base. Our main asset base are all our infrastructure assets. We have to revalue them on a quite regular basis, including indexing them annually. So the value of those assets go up and up and up, which then therefore means that the value of our depreciation expense also increases annually. So the $32 million estimate is our best guess at what the depreciation charge will be for this current financial year. So it's a consumption of all our assets, whether that be a car, a truck, a road, a drainage channel, a building, the chambers that you're in. It's the drawdown of that asset over the life of the asset.
Thank you. So on the overall budget, that'll then appear on the deficit side.
Yeah, Director.
Thank you. Yes, it is an expense on our operational budget. Whether it becomes a deficit or the like depends on the other side of the coin, which is your income.
Thank you. And then just a couple more questions on page 86, sorry. Cash and investments. Let me just find it. There is, in the grants and contributions section, on projected year-end result, there's a $40 million shortfall. Oh, sorry.
What page are you on? Sorry, Councillor King.
Enclosure 1, page 86.
Oh.
The cash and investments budget review statement, the very bottom line that says allocated under the cash section. There's a $40 million shortfall there for the projected year end. Can you just tell me what that is?
So I'm going to put that through to the acting Chief Finance Officer.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. OLG has prescribed new formats for preparing the QPRs, and we have started using the new formats from Q1 and Q2, and this is the second QPRs in the new format, and we have found some challenges in the templates. If you look at the opening cash balance, which is in the same column, the first line, which shows as 35. So the template actually takes the budgeted cash balance as on 30th June 2025, and it does not consider the actual cash balance. The actual cash balance was 96 million, whereas the template takes 30 million. So there is a issue with the template which is not showing accurate numbers. We have given the feedback to OLG. So the 40 million shortfall is not showing an accurate number there.
Can I just ask what that exactly is? Because the way I read it there, it's from the grants and contribution section, that would be funds that's not yet been received from council. Is that correct?
Yes.
So it's obviously budget for, I can see that, but I'm just asking that 40 million shortfall there, it's budgeted for, but I'm reading that as it's just not in council's account as of yet. Is that correct?
Acting Director. Sorry, it's Acting CFO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That is the unrestricted cash there.
Sorry, can you say that again?
Unrestricted cash.
Unrestricted cash. So
Yes, which is short.
Yeah, I realise it's unrestricted cash, but are you telling me that our bank account is showing minus $40 million?
Have to take that question on notice.
What was
I
that?
can come back to you with more details.
Okay.
Pardon?
Oh. Don't know what turned off. You on?
Oh, sorry, the general manager was trying to say something.
Yep.
Yeah, my understanding is the total cash and equivalents aren't reported. We have it 93, 92. The template's requiring it to be reported as a Q1, which is giving you at 35. So it's showing a figure at minus 40, which doesn't reflect what's the cash in our account. All councils are having this problem with the template, and we'll need to adjust and keep working with you. So happy to explain. What we can do is put together a memo to councils to explain some of the difficulties with this standard template that we are required to use, and where it's not necessarily reflecting the budgets that each of the councillors have seen. So I'm happy to let you know that so it's not a minus 40 cash position.
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out what that would be. You know what I mean? Like, what is that 40 million allocated to? Like, are we now going to be at risk of something not getting done because there's 40 million not there that's supposed to be there?
No.
So
in simple, but we'll come and I'll get that better explained rather than trying to work through with the room. We'll get a much more detailed memo and draw from the actual financial statements as well, so that you can see where these numbers are drawn from.
Yeah, look, and I don't mean to be rude, but I'd just like to make a comment and finish off, by the way. There's a number of business papers, items on the agenda now where, you know, I realise we could ask questions via email as well, but councillors are expected to a certain extent to read the business papers and understand what's in the business papers. But then we ask simple questions like on the balance sheet and then take it on notice, but yet we're still expected to vote on the motion on the night. So with respect, after I received your question on notice, it's not really going to affect this decision at all because it's already been made. So I just wanted to make that point. Thank you.
Just before we move on to debate, is that template Office of Local Government recommended?
It's mandated.
Makes sense. Councillor Palmowski?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to bring up my concern with voting for this motion when we don't have an accurate template with the correct numbers and how we're voting. Is it possible to defer this until we have accurate numbers on there?
It's a sorry, I'll have to lean. The template has accurate numbers in it based on what the template requires you to insert into it and the request from the OLG. What the number in terms of the total cash is reflecting at a point in time that the OLG is requiring. It's not reflecting what our cash position is in the bank, which is reported in our statements. So it's the template itself is not reflecting the statements and the financial statements that have been presented to council in a way as we're having the same issues. And we do apologise, but that's...
So it's not accurate.
You're not in a negative 40 million position.
Can we defer it?
Yes. No, not on the QBRS. OLG. My apologies.
Sorry, what was that?
Directors, yeah, Director.
Thank you. Councillors, this one's a little bit different to the last one in that we also have some reporting requirements on the QBRS. We have to report to the Office of Local Government, I think within 2 weeks of the quarter end. So basically at the end of this month. We have to report on their template, and as the General Manager and the Acting CFO have alluded to, the template is deficient in what it's showing. Our cash position is not minus 40. In the bottom of that, it should be somewhere closer, well, the projected at year end, the $20 million mark, if you use the 62 as the base rather than a 35. So my advice to council is this is not one that you can necessarily defer, similar to that we did with the delivery program one, purely around that we'll then not be meeting our requirements to report the QBRS changes to the OLG as prescribed in the legislation.
Okay. It still makes me a bit uncomfortable. I'm wondering if we could make an amendment noting that, you know, our issues with the template in order to vote appropriately.
Sure, so amendment, so dot point 3.
Sure, yeah,
noting
dot
above.
point 3. If anyone can think of a good wording for that one, feel free to shout out.
Yeah, we'll put it for the corporate to make sure we dot the I's and cross the T's with what our requirements are. So, Director, can you please help some wording with this?
Yep, thank you. So, Councillor Bomalski, perhaps something along the lines of council raises its concern to the Office of Local Government in relation to the shortfalls in the template for the QBRS and notes that we need some definitive action to correct this deficient document or something to that level.
Yeah, I think that sounds
There's your
okay
review.
for Councillors Jerd and Pascoe.
And request. So, and request urgent action to, what you say, please? Urgent action. Remedy the inaccuracies. Financial position. that sort of what you're looking at, Councillor Pomalski?
Yeah, I think if councillors Jerd and Pascoe as the mover and seconder are agreeable.
Councillor Jerd, you're the mover, so.
No, my mic's not, there it is. Councillor Lee had some wording which I felt like had a bit more to protect us, because I don't actually feel comfortable at all voting on it when it's not completely right. That's my head on the chopping block, and if that template doesn't suit us properly, it's a major legal issue. So if you could put Councillor Lee's mic on with his wording.
So mover requests Councillor Lee by proxy. Councillor Lee.
Thanks, Councillor Jerd. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I think I'm happy with what's been written there as a proposed point 3, but I still feel we need to add that Council also notes that the current item being voted on does not truly reflect Council's current financial position. It's all well and good to advocate that we raise it to OLG, but I still think we need to note that we're voting on something that doesn't reflect the true stance of Council at the moment.
Are you happy with that wording? Mover and seconder? Just maybe repeat.
Yeah. Council notes the report as it stands is not a true and accurate reflection of Council's current financial status. Just leave it at there might be others we haven't picked up.
Okay, so we put the point 3 and point 4 in. Yeah, Director.
Thank you, Mayor Watton. So Councillor Lee, in relation to dot point 4, are you leaving that, are you referring that to the cash and investment budget review statement or the whole of the QBRS template?
The whole lot in general. Yeah.
Okay. Because at the moment, the template issue is primarily, there's other issues with the template, so I'll leave it at that.
I understand that, but we're being told we can't defer this, so we have to put something forward, and I think that most of us are going to be more comfortable if this is in there as a caveat.
Okay. Councillor King.
Oh, thanks. I'm not sure if I can speak again. But I will if you give me the opportunity. No, it wasn't a question. Councillor Lee sorted the issue out because it was a legal issue that I'm worried about for our responsibility as councillors under the Local Government Act by approving a budget that's not accurate and changes to the operational plan and capital budgets as well. So, thank you.
Okay, so just to confirm, we've got some wording changes there. Everyone, I know it's tense, interesting, the template and everything, but we'll put that forward for a vote. It's no further discussion. All in favour? Councillor Dixon, Jerd, King, Lee, Mason, Pomalski, Pascoe, Hawkins and Watton. Those against? Councillor Dunn and Harrington. It's carried. Okay, now report CC 9/2026, disclosures of interest in written returns. Someone to move that, please. Councillor Harrington, seconded. Councillor Dixon. Discussion? No discussion? Okay. Put forward for a vote. All in favour? It's unanimous. Report CC 12/2026, resolutions tracking reports. Please have someone to move that. I've got Councillor King, seconded Councillor Jerd, speaking. Councillor King.
I've got a couple of questions again. Enclosure 1, page 98. There was a motion in relation to opportunities to reduce vandalism. I heard the director speak very well on ABC the other day about a playground getting vandalised again. I just wanted to ask, the last entry on that one, a briefing have been scheduled for February 2026. Is that still happening with all the changes now?
Oh, we're 18th February, so I'll put it through to the Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor King, that was identified as an opportunity prior to the changes to the Code of Meeting Practice. I'd have to defer and discuss with the General Manager if we can still there we go. The answer is there. It would likely be, well, it definitely would be sometime in March that we'd do that, so we'd put it back a month, but we can arrange for that briefing.
Thank you. And just one more question, a different one. Enclosure 1, page 99. It's the advertising and sponsorship and naming rights one. The last entry on that report was a report will be prepared for the February 2026 council meeting, which is this one. And it's not on the agenda. Can I ask what's going on there, please?
Through to Director.
Again, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for picking that up, Councillor King. I'll refer back to my Open Spaces and Community Facilities Manager, and we'll get back to you with an update on that as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you. That's all from me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to ask, why is one of the resolutions got a statement there writing to calculate staff time on it, yet the other ones don't?
Do you have a particular reference?
So it's, hang on a sec, BN 13/2025. It actually states there on the...
Sorry, Councillor, do you have the page number of that one?
Oh, sorry,
Councillor.
yeah. Let me see. Page 89 of the... oh my God, losing the train of thought here. Page 89 of the, not the agenda, of the enclosures, sorry.
Yep, resolutions tracker.
It actually says there that noting request to track staff hours involved. It's BN 13/2025 on page 89.
Yep, Director of Corporate.
Thank you. Putting the grey matter on from the memory of that council meeting, that comment came about because of the discussion that occurred during the debate on the item from the notice of motion. And my recollections of it was that that was one of the things that was put forward potentially by one of the councillors, and we undertook to be able to track that so we could provide the councillors with some information when the report came back as how much time and effort was put in to addressing that notice of motion rather than having it as part of the resolution. So that's why it would be on that particular one. Okay. Because there was something councillors were interested in for that notice of motion.
So is that going to be a thing now for all motions, or is it only just that one?
Director.
Thank you. Councillor Dixon, as I tried to say at the last, just before, it was specific to that notice of motion that was a general discussion. And again, this is my recollection of that, which occurred back in October, that was the general discussion, and there was consideration by the elected members to adding that into the resolution, and we just said, no, we will do that and we'll track that information. So it is not necessarily a standard practice, but certainly if a councillor was of the mind to ask for that to be in any of the notice of motion, we could certainly do that.
Thank you.
Councillor Jerd.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to touch base on that. I remember it quite clearly because it was my nom that I put forward. It was one councillor in the room that mentioned it on the mic about tracking the hours. I didn't realise comments were taken on board. I thought it had to be the resolution So it wasn't added to the resolution of the NOM. So it just kind of feels a little bit like, I don't know, why are we not doing it to all NOMs, not just one councillor?
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Drew. So we'll put the question, yep, so Director.
Thank you, Councillor Jed. As I explained to Councillor Dixon, that's my recollection of what occurred on the night of the meeting, certainly in relation to the commentary there and the resolution of council. The resolution of council is as written, it's in there. That was just an instruction to staff when they were going through to capture that in relation to capturing those things. So it certainly wasn't a pointed thing at any one councillor in particular. It certainly, from my recollection, reflected the commentary at the council meeting.
Okay, I just want to note that it did feel a little bit targeted because we haven't, in my whole time on council, and it's going over 5 years now, I've never had that happen before, and I haven't seen it happen to anybody else's noms. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jerd. Is there any further discussion? No, we'll put it forward for a vote. All in favour? Councillor Dixon, Dunn, Harrington, Hill, King, Lee, Mason, Palmowski, Pascoe, Hawkins and Watton. Those against? Councillor Jerd. It's carried. Report WI1/2026 is to investigate options to remove the shared zone within Cooper Street and Charlton Street intersection. Could I have someone to please move? Councillor Jerd, seconded. Councillor King. Alternate motion.
I wanted to move instead of the original one. Do you want me to read it out? Or is everyone? Yep. Okay, so that council endorse and proceed immediately with the following priority safety improvements: installation of marked pedestrian zebra crossings at key desire lines, removal of front to curb parking by using wheel stops, submissions to Transport for New South Wales to remove the existing shed zone and adjust the associated speed zone accordingly. And 2, defer any further design or implementation works, including major intersection modifications, one-way traffic proposals, or large-scale pavement reconstruction until completion and consideration of the Cessnock CBD master plan, and after council and community briefings have been held on the plan's recommendations. 3, continue to seek grant funding for future stage works, but ensure no substantial design or capital commitment occurs until council has reviewed the CBD plan in full. And 4, note that this alternate motion delivers immediate pedestrian safety benefits while ensuring cost-effective and integration with the broader CBD traffic and streetscape strategies. Now, the reason I
just before we move on to debate, seconded. Two hands before Councillor King.
So the reason I wanted to do an alternate motion, it comes to, this is a bit of a long history with this intersection. Something needs to be done ASAP. We had a lady only 2 weeks ago get hit by a car in this shared zone. I know, I'm sure council is quite aware of that. She was down on the ground for quite some time and was taken off, or she or he, in an ambulance. Just on Tuesday alone, I was walking down there with my work, and I nearly seen another 2 people get hit by a Tesla, a red Tesla. So if you were driving that, please slow down, because you were definitely not doing 10 kilometres an hour. You're in the 10 kilometre zone, and almost took out 2 pedestrians when you should have stopped in the shared zone. So something immediately needs to happen to fix this intersection. This come to council last term of council. Nobody wanted to touch it because it was the one-way situation. I don't want no one-ways either, but I want to address the fact that the shared zone doesn't work, and that we need to address that for now and then work on the others. The Director of Works did approach me before the meeting about the shared zone with some issues with my alternate motion. Be it that something needs to be in play for it to be able to get rid of the shared zone with Traffic for Transport. So I just want to ask him how we can fix my norm, got norms at later, fix my alternate motion so that we proceed with doing the zebra crossing and maybe not go too crazy on doing one-way street or big works, because it's a lot of money that you've got put in here for the big stuff. So,
Thank you, Councillor Jerd, Director of Works.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Jerd. Just to elaborate on the motion that's been put, in order for council to be able to provide an application to transport to remove the shed zone, we have to have a design in place. So we have to have a justification for removing that shared zone. So with the reference on dot point 2 suggesting that we defer any further design and implementation, the design component of that's very difficult because it presents a catch-22 for us to be able to move forward with the removal of the shared zone.
so could the design be that we are going to remove the shared zone and the design simply be change the speed to, is it 40 that we have to change it to? And be the zebra crossing? Could that be the design that we are sending it to them to emphasise the fact that the shared zone doesn't work and it's a safety risk?
We have to be able to demonstrate, to your point, that removing of the shared zone removes the 10km/h speed limit in Charlton Street.
What if we got...
The minimum speed limit that's applied in New South Wales is 30 kilometres.
Yep.
So we have to demonstrate how we manage and reduce pedestrian safety, increase pedestrian safety and reduce the risk with implementing a higher speed zone. And we have to have a design that demonstrates that.
Could we not argue the fact that we've got a 10-kilometre speed zone and now we've had, there was about 5 people last term of council that nearly got run over by a car that went through the bullards that go through the pavers that aren't connected to any concrete, that was a 10-kilometre zone and they almost got collided with. Now we've had another incident where a person has been hit in the 10-kilometre shared zone again by a car and has been taken off in an ambulance, and then the other day another 2 people almost hit in the shared zone, which is the 10 kilometres. So it's not necessarily the speed, because they're not doing 10 kilometres anyway. They're not already following the thing. So can we do the argument for the fact that the shared zone is already unsafe and the speed isn't ahead to at all?
Part of the application will evidence statistics that identifies the reduced safety or the increased risk for pedestrians, most definitely. Mm-hmm. So some of those details that we have data on and we have information on, obviously forms part of that application. But in order to demonstrate on top of that how we would remove the shared zone, it's important that we present a design to transport for them to consider as well.
Okay. So if the original motion went through that we originally had, is there a way to bring that back to council anyway and change it so it wasn't one way? Or that we weren't going to do, so the original motion go through, send it to Transport for New South Wales, we get rid of the shared zone, and then it comes back to council via NOM to not implement any changes until we look at the CBD master plan.
The wording that I highlighted in the alternate NOM, or alternate recommendation, apologies, was with dot point 2 with relation to design being stopped or deferred. Yep. If we're able to implement the design, the remainder of that alternate recommendation still allows council to have input on the arrangements that are set once the shared zone is removed, i.e. whether it's two-way, whether it remains as a roundabout, whether it goes to stop sign or give way or some other treatment. The important thing to note is that we've demonstrated how we need to improve pedestrian safety by putting those pedestrian crossings at the design lines, and as a result of removing the shared zone, we have to come up with a means by demonstrating how we're going to manage traffic with an increased speed zone, being the minimum of 30 km/h outside a shared zone.
So will it come back to council? So if we change dot point 2, which is the one you've got the issue with, which I can understand why you've got the issue, you've explained that quite well, but would it come back to council to then implement the changes? Like you just said, that we could maybe not do the stop sign or that? Would that come back to council?
Once approved by Transport, that is the removal of the shared zone, the implementation of the intersection treatment itself would go through local traffic forum. It technically doesn't need to come back to council.
Can we change it so that then that does come back to council maybe? So then that way it's working together to get what we want achieved, but also where we have input to make sure that that area is done to what the community wants?
Yes.
Yep, okay. Well, if we could change the wording for that, that'd be great.
Okay, so we're looking to add dot point 5.
Well, I think it's more changed dot point 2.
Point 2.
So, because it's not.
So, Councillor Hawkins, you got a question?
To me, doesn't the original recommendation dot point 3, the staged implementation to improving pedestrian safety, wouldn't we stage that? So I think the original gets you what you want.
So, in terms of, the original recommendation, you could word it specifically or explicitly saying we'll bring back to council. It does, mention that. But going back to this, your alternate here.
Isn't that in dot point 1? Remove front to curb parking for the council-owned car park adjacent Charlton Street and provide an alternate treatment to improve pedestrian safety with funding from... Is that not identified in the diagram provided?
All right, I'm just going to get some commentary from the Director of Works on this. Director?
Through you, Mr Mayor, just to clarify, with respect to dot point 2 within dot point 1, which relates to the removal of front to curb parking by using wheel stops, we've investigated that there isn't sufficient room to manoeuvre vehicles in and out, I guess unless you're in a very small car. And there are standards that we need to apply to our parking provisions, being minimum gaps between parking bays. If they're in this situation, that is 90 degrees or 90 degrees. And the proposal that we have put is in all three options that demonstrates or identifies that we're providing allocation for pedestrians with an appropriate footpath width, and as a result, the residual is a reorientated parking arrangement.
General Manager, has got a question.
Councillor Jurdy, my read, rather than I'll deal with the recommendations as printed in the business paper, with 3 being, are you seeking that 3 would be so the staged implementation and provide adequate parking subject to further future council endorsement and funding becoming available? So what you're seeking for, any future works beyond the interim must come back to council for endorsement, be that any of the design work or any. I'm mindful that if we in part of the resolution provide a design that gets us across the barrier with Transport for New South Wales for the removal of that zone, but then the other part of the resolution says, but we're not going to do any final design, because really what we're saying is we don't want to implement until we've had future works done on the CBD plan and other elements. Is that what you're wanting future council endorsement prior to, and in understanding the CBD plan? Is that what you're asking?
So last council term, we had this come to council. It was to do one ways. I am deadly against
Yep.
the one-ways. I don't particularly want stop signs either, because I think the current roundabout, well, sorry, not the current roundabout because it's crooked, but the original roundabout worked really well. And so my biggest concern is if we do the original motion, that we're going to end up one way. It's just going to be like you've accepted it when you wanted to fix the safety issue. I wanted to do my original nom for the pedestrian zebra crossings was to fix the major issue that we have at the moment with the safety of the shared zone, because it is really unclear. We've already now had a person hit by a car. So I wanted to make sure that we put the zebra crossings in and then workshopped what we were going to do in that intersection, because nobody touched it last council term. No one moved it. So I understand why you need a design for the traffic for transport to get rid of the shared zone. I was unaware of that part. But my biggest thing is I don't want to be set that I'm voting to fix the issue that we need with the zebra crossings and also signing up for one-way or stop signs, which I don't agree with.
Amend Dr. Point for, sorry. Yeah, well,
Yeah.
Wrong
and
word.
then the other thing,
We're
just
definitely not
quickly,
briefing.
Sorry, can I just, so would
Yeah.
it be that you could merge, so the council endorses removal of, endorses the preferred option 3 for the removal of the shared zone in Charlton Street and submit an application. So you're endorsing option 3 for
Yep.
the purposes of that process. To which I would then say get rid of 3 altogether. And then we could look to, using that, we can then see if there are any grant funding available for that endorsed option 3, which would then need to come back to council anyway for final.
and we're not locked in to anything,
Well, I wouldn't believe so. I'd have to confirm that.
yeah? Because I'll be quite mad if I get locked into something that I don't want to be locked into.
You're locked in at the point here. There is always the opportunity, and I apologise, Mr Mayor, I didn't ask to speak then.
Yeah.
To a future resolution or a nom that you bring to the council to revisit that. So there is always an option available to the elected body at a point into the future. We need to be able to confirm we've got a design and a preferred option to get rid of the shared zone.
Yeah. Can I just quickly touch on base 2 with what I was trying to achieve with the nose to curb, with the little blocks on the road? We use them all over the Cessnock LGA. So I don't understand why all of a sudden it won't work in that car park. It's actually bigger than the car park of Coles and in some of the parks over in Woolworths as well.
Could be much the same as when you start tinkering with a house and it's not disability friendly, but then you start to, and so they've got to become altogether
Yeah.
disability friendly.
We're also
requirements.
a public authority, so a lot of the rules, and because we're making those changes, we could, I'd argue, you're potentially seeking to have a resolution that goes against what is required by legislation and regulation.
So I'll let you do what you
We'll
need to
deal with
there,
that.
but I strongly would like wheel things.
Yeah.
I think that would work.
All right, so just to confirm, we're going back to the original motion, which we are actually debating and discussing the alternate. So,
sorry, can I?
Please, yeah.
Suggestion was that you would.
Hold still, Ron.
So it was the original, then this council endorses preferred option 3 for the removal of the shared zone in Charlton Street.
That's the first part.
Yeah.
Already doing that. The second part is the future plan.
That is the future plan option 3.
Yes.
So the council endorses those questions. But they're wanting to guarantee somehow that that is. Yeah. So you could do 1 and 2 without having option 3 endorsed. You endorse option 3 now for the purpose of the shared zone, right? Then,
Let's get you on speaker if you want.
Change there.
sorry.
I don't think we need that. We can endorse the preferred option 3, so it stays in place. Yeah, that's all we've done. Yeah. And then we endorse option 3. That allows us to clear that. You've got to put the council on the
Well, confirm, I think we just need to agree that it needs to be fixed right, so properly.
with the report, the council,
We've got a time. Okay. Okay. Director of Corporate.
Thank you. Love doing things on the fly. Keeps you young. So, Councillor Jerd, if we're looking to sort of address that issue where you want something to come back to council, and noting the suggestion from the General Manager on dot point 3 that we include at the end of it, from the removal of the shared zone, with a report come back to council on the staged implementation to improve pedestrian safety and the like. So nothing will happen down that path until something comes back and you guys rubber stamp it, but that allows the Director of Works to undertake a phased program with transport and go, we've got to plan what we want to do, and we'll come back to you with what that will look like in the future. Happy with that? Good. I hope you wrote that down, Robin. Yep. Happy with those wording, Councillor Jerd?
Okay, so adequate parking can progress. We'll just take a moment. We just want to make sure that we get this right before we move on. Mover and seconder are okay putting that in?
You okay with that?
Yep.
Fix the problem.
Okay, verdict? Accepted? Okay.
Any other debate?
Now, Councillor.
Yes, please.
Okay, Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you, Mayor Watton. Quick question, if we go with the amendment that's up there now and the interim pedestrian crossings go in, what happens with everything that is there now? Do all the pavers need to come up?
Director of Works.
Through you, Mr Mayor, the pavers don't need to come up, Councillor Pascoe. They can remain in place. We do have a maintenance program which we manage currently. There's a cost annually. That's why we've identified that there is a preference to increase the viability and the operating life of that pavement, but the pavers can remain until the remainder, that is the process to remove the shared zone, is able to be approved, and then as budgets allow or as grant funding becomes available, we would reconsider the ability for us to remove those.
Yeah, so at the moment with the amendment that's there, basically everything will remain as is, but the pedestrian crossings will be highlighted. Is that
correct? Pedestrian crossings can go in. We can make changes to the front of curb parking,
yep.
And improve some of the pedestrian safety without needing to put that to transport. The main aim is that we have a design that we can put to transport to evaluate removal of the shared zone and do a speed review.
okay? So I have a couple of questions. In West Ave, we had a speed tracker put down to track the speeds of cars. Can we do something like that for this? Would that be part of our plan and part of our report?
Yes, we can, but we've already done that. We've done that as part of the CBD Master Plan transport modelling or traffic modelling that was undertaken in 2024, as I understand. So it's very recent, the data that's there. Yeah, I mean, we can put those speed detectors back down.
But that was while it was still a shared zone. Yeah, that was my main concern. My next question is, was there community engagement done regarding the options, or are these the same 3 options that were tabled in 2024?
The options that are tabled here are the same or similar options that were tabled in 2024. We have done some verbal consultation with the major supermarkets, being Coles and Woolworths, around potential risks or issues with their deliveries and with their car parks. They, in principle, agreed that these don't inhibit that. Yeah. However, we did mention to them that a design will be debated and hopefully endorsed by council for us to implement the removal of the shed zone, and we'll then engage with retailers as well as those on those options once we have a design.
Yeah, so my concern is that the engagement is being done too late. So this is just a few comments that I've made. So as a Ward B councillor and someone who uses this intersection many times a day, I feel like having only a week to look at these three options isn't enough time to properly evaluate them, nor is it enough time to be able to gain insight from our community. This intersection upgrade's been on the card since 2024, and now we have a week. So my concern is that we need to talk to the community and find out what they want, because the dot has been ongoing for years and we cop it every day about the intersection. So I don't want to make a decision tonight and say, yes, let's change a little bit, and then come back with a plan and say, okay, now we're putting in this plan. So that's why I was asking whether we can just put the zebra crossings across what we have now, because disrupting all of those businesses and having residents try and figure it out twice is going to be a nightmare. In the interim, I would like to know, can the comms team or perhaps, you know, our rangers that are around town help promote what the shared zone should have been, if that's not going to be taken away straight away?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Pascoe, I believe our rangers do police or do surveil that area, and particularly the parking zones. New South Wales Police have a jurisdiction, obviously, to enforce the road rules, and they do frequent that area as they go through Cooper Street. Yeah. I understand your concerns with respect to having a design for the community. There's two avenues for that. One is for us to be able to go out after a resolution from council this evening to be able to engage with the community and also retailers, but the second is also through the CBD master planning process. There is a consultation phase within that, and they will all be reviewed and form part of the outcome that we present back to council.
Yeah, beautiful. It's just my concern, as Councillor said before, we don't have that CBD master plan yet, and this forms a huge part of that. So to go in and change it now and then potentially have to change it again, I think it would just be a mess. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pascoe. Councillor Harrington.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, as we've all obviously aware of, this area of our CBD has long been overdue for attention, particularly when it comes to pedestrian safety, and an area that council has clear responsibility to act. But looking at the amendment put up by Councillor Jerd, option 3 is not my preferred option. And I think there is a danger of endorsing an option when it's not actually to get another result that you like, when it's not something you actually support. So I think the discussions that we've just had, and I can see lots of green lights on, so there's many more discussions, so I'll try to keep my time short. But I think this demonstrates the need for a workshop, and I dare say, I know, a public workshop, which is televised, so that the public can, so that councillors are following the rules of Office of Local Government to have this discussion and get this sort of nutted out, so to speak. And like Councillor Pascoe mentioned, we haven't had we receive a report from council, because I would like just to put in perspective for anyone who is actually watching this, how this procedure has worked for me. I know that there are other councillors sitting here in the chamber who were here last term. So they've had the pre-work, they've been a council in the time when the workshop was done and the options were put forward. They've had a consultation or been able to speak to Traffic New South Wales, so they kind of know a little bit about it. But for the newly elected councillors that are sitting here in this chamber, we receive a business paper a week out from the council meeting with 3 options. Now, I don't like any of the 3 options. Okay, if I had to choose one, if it was, choose one or die, it still wouldn't be number 3. I would like the opportunity, as other councils from previous terms have had, to sit down and discuss with staff and the relevant authorities what other alternatives may be. We may be able to look at option 1, 2, 3 and make changes, but I will not lock myself into a decision tonight that I don't support. I wouldn't do it now on this item, and I wouldn't do it ever. I just think that listening to Councillor Pascoe makes me think we should really just defer the whole lot. I do agree with Councillor Jerd that it is an issue. Pedestrian safety is very important, but I just don't feel that we should. Well, I know that I won't be voting against my conscience just to rush that through. So I would actually like this to be deferred and for council to hold a workshop with councillor, staff and the relevant authorities on audiovisual links so that the community can be informed, I guess prepared of the options and the restrictions that councils have making this decision. And I think that's a great thing through an audiovisual presentation of that workshop. They will become aware of, hey, you don't have a choice. You know, if you, this is the legislation, these are the rules, these are your only options. So look, I personally, I don't know if this, I would like to put forward a procedural motion to defer this matter until a workshop can be held for councillors, because otherwise we are going to be here all night going round and round in circles, all giving our opinion and still kind of being, I'm not going to say encouraged to make a decision that we don't 100% support.
Sure. So procedural motion to defer until such time as a
until
workshop.
a workshop is held for councillors and staff.
Mm-hmm. Seconded
by
Councillor
audiovisual.
Hawkins.
Yeah, sorry.
No, that's, I was just making sure that seconded was minuted. So Councillor Hawkins seconded. Yep. So we'll put that forward to a vote. So just to make sure, we're going to defer until the workshop can be held. All in favour? Question first.
Oh, no, it would be nice if we were allowed, but Councillor, I mean that it will be televised for the public.
Yep, recorded.
No, that's not the right wording. Well, let's please, I'm happy for a suggestion to change. Are you sure?
All right, so let's just go back just to clear it up.
Yes, you're right.
Just say workshop to be held for councillors and staff.
Public workshop.
Yeah, so we just take it for granted. It's just in the code of meeting practice. It's all in favour? It's unanimous. Okay, now moving on to business which has been given with written notice. So BN1/2026. It's the reinstatement of the Cessnock waste facility reuse, which is from the dump. Someone to move that, please, Councillor Jerd. And, Councillor Jerd.
Thank you, Mayor. I would actually like to move the alternate motion that was provided by the Director's commentary, that the Council notes the Director's commentary regarding the reinstatement of the reuse shop, and 2, that the General Manager commences actions to facilitate reuse through partnerships with local charities and op shops, rather than operating a retail outlet, incorporating this action into the waste and resource recovery strategy.
Okay, so we have to second Councillor King.
Okay,
Councillor. Yep.
So the reason I brought this to council was recently I went into one of our local charity shops and they were talking about the amount of stuff that gets dumped at their doorstep, and they have to pay quite a fair amount of money to council when they bring it to the landfill, and which then means that they can't then help people that need it. So the reason why I brought this through is I remember the dump shop years ago. It got a lot of people in there, in my opinion, as a kid. But reading off the Director's commentary, I realised that maybe it wasn't as successful as what I originally thought. So I thought, when I read the Director's commentary about working with the op shops, but also making sure that we aren't putting ourselves in a financial position that probably won't work, this would work basically what I was kind of trying to achieve. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jerd. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm supportive of the alternate motion. However, the dumping behaviours which occur at op shops and charities to avoid disposal fees or use of vouchers by residents is a very real issue. The charity is then left with the burden and the cost of disposal. I'm aware that Council currently provides waste levy concessions for charities who receive donations for this very reason, and I'd like to see this arrangement continue to ensure they're not burdened with the cost of dealing with subpar donations.
It's definitely in place. Sorry, Councillor Mason, that's definitely still in place as an option for charities. You're saying you specifically want to add it in this particular motion? It's definitely a thing. Councillor Mason?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. No, I agree. I acknowledge it's already in place. I just wanted to emphasise the importance of that to the charities, so that they get a big benefit from that to deal with what's left on their doorstep, basically. So, yeah, nothing to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Any further discussion? Put it forward for a vote. Just wait for the deputy to... all in favour? It's unanimous. BN2/2026, the Developer Contributions Transparency Report. Moving or speaking, Councillor Jerd.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm pretty sure I sent through an alternate motion to this that one, Council notes the Director's commentary regarding the current reporting practices and acknowledges the intention to enhance clarity and accessibility, ensuring that both residents and councillors can easily see the amount of contributions in each section and better understand how developer contributions are collected and spent. And two, that the Council further notes that community understanding of how developer contributions are collected and spent could be improved through a clearer, more accessible reporting. This includes information on total contributions received by financial year, identification of projects funded by suburb or catchment, timing and status of infrastructure delivery, comparisons of forecasted infrastructure costs versus actual costs, and any further shortfalls and how they are addressed.
Someone to second that? Councillor King.
So while I appreciate the Director's commentary, I believe we need to go further. The information currently provided, although compliant, often lacks the finer details that residents and councillors need to fully understand where our funds are coming from. This clarity is essential for making informed decisions and understanding why certain projects, like the park at Mulberry, for example, cannot proceed as easy as what happens in Huntley with the development. So understanding the development contributions is crucial. By supporting this motion, we can request a report from the General Manager to create a Developer Contributions Transparency Report. This will ensure that our report is not only compliant but also accessible and easy to read. It will empower both residents and councillors to grasp how contributions are collected and spent, fostering trust and accountability within our community. So if the alternate motion that the Director has put in there is achieving what I'm trying to ask. I just want to make sure that the community, I'm just wanting to make sure that my motion is okay compared to the Director's commentary, because basically I just want to make sure that when we go to do budgets and things like that, if we know exactly what's pooled in what sections, it makes it clearer to make, I think, informed decisions and make sure that our dollar is utilised the most that it can be. So we're not always relying on the ratepayer.
So we just want to clarify there's no conflict between your alternate motion and the Director's commentary, is that correct?
Just double check because...
Okay, we don't believe so.
Yeah, because I just, you just got to make sure. Thank you.
Definitely. Thank you, Councillor Jerd. Councillor Harrington.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just reading that from the screen. I just want to, sorry, because I acknowledge that Council does fulfil the mandatory requirements for reporting to the public, but I agree with Councillor Jerd that information at times can be difficult to locate and interpret. And I'm all for transparency, as you're all aware. I do tend to go on about it a little bit, but and our community becoming more informed. And I do understand with the recent discussions about a special rate variation that I had with the community and comments I saw online that there's very little understanding of developer contributions in our LGA well, I knew nothing about it really, a real understanding until I became on council. So I strongly agree that council does need to be more transparent about where money is being spent and if it is grant funded, developer contributed or collected from rates. But as Councillor Jerd did point out, the director's commentary accompanying this notice of motion outlined that council staff are implementing new software at the moment, which should make the access and reporting of this information simpler. So I look forward to its full implementation, which I believe is around mid-2026, and we should all, council staff, councillors and the community, hopefully benefit from this new system if that information is widely shared in a concise and clear and plain English manner. So I kind of came into council with the opinion from the the agenda that I would like to wait until that software upgrade is fully implemented and then request council address that issue. But considering the amendment of Councillor Jerd, I may have changed my mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harrington. Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you, Mayor Watton. I only have one quick question to the acting GM, if that's okay. In point number 2, it says timing and status of infrastructure delivery, but in the commentary received, it says that this may be inherently difficult to forecast with a degree of accuracy because of the timing and different things. Is that still okay, or can that be done?
General Manager.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillor Pascoe. That is inherently difficult because of the various timings and scales, but there is some additional development being done in the software with other councils who are asking for similar things. Our anticipation is that what we need to do to take up Councillor Jerd's point is where that information is currently available in ops plans, delivery plans or quarterly reports, is make that easier for people to track from the software component. So it may well be in the shorter term links, but the staff are aware that we need to keep working with the software provider in relation to how we might make that more straightforward than is currently the case.
So it is something that can be
We're
done.
comfortable with that because we recognise that it's one of the inherent difficulties with people understanding the system.
And if there's something that might not be accurate, you would say this is an estimation.
It will be, yeah.
Yeah, perfect. Cool. Thank you.
Thank you. No further discussion. So I'll put that forward for a vote. All in favour? Councillor Dixon, Harrington, Hill, Jerd. Oh, got another. So it's okay. I've got it now. Councillor Dixon, Dunn, Harrington, Hill, Jerd, King, Lee, Mason, Pascoe, and Watton. Those against? Councillor Palmowski and Hawkins. It's carried. Trying to trick me out there. Okay, moving on to BN3/2026, the Footpath Gap Audits and Priority Works Program. Councillor Jerd.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to quickly apologise, if I can, to councils because a lot of my noms have changed a little bit going off the director's commentary. So, so with this one, I want to change it to one, that the council acknowledges that safe, continuous footpaths are essential infrastructure for pedestrians, including children, older residents, people with disabilities and those accessing schools, shops, public transport and community facilities. And 2, that the council acknowledges that part of the Cessnock local government area contain incomplete or missing footpaths, links that limit accessibility and create safety risks. 3, that council notes the direct commentaries regarding the current assessment and planning for footpaths, requests that the General Manager prepare a report identifying and mapping key footpath gaps across the LGA, prioritising locations within walking distance of school, childcare centres and sporting facilities, near town centres, shops and community facilities connecting to public transport stops, identification as high pedestrian risk areas. 4, that the report include an inactivity prioritising framework. Sorry, I cannot sometimes read my own writing. Framework based on safety, accessibility, usage, and equality. This is where you see my dyslexic come out. High-level cost estimates for priority footpath connections, options for delivery through existing capital works, diagrams, grant funding and stage implements. And that 5, Council further requests the outcomes of this report be used to inform future capital works planning, grant options and council delivery program and operational plan. There was a little bit more.
Just someone to second that, please. Second, Councillor King.
Okay. So as councillors, we hold the responsibility to set the framework for our 4-year and 10-year plans, guiding the future of our community and ensuring that our resources are adequately effective. Footpaths are not merely a convenience, they are essential infrastructure that supports the safety and accessibility of our residents. Yet we know that parts of the LGA contain incomplete or missing links, creating significant safety risks, especially for our most vulnerable community members. This is an issue we cannot overlook. Without a clear understanding of where these footpath gaps exist and how they impact our community, how can we accurately use our contribution money? How can we effectively set our budget to maximise the value of every dollar spent? The information provided in this report will empower us to make informed decisions that prioritise safety and accessibility. By mapping these gaps and providing a prioritisation framework, we can ensure that our capital works programs and grant applications are direct towards the areas that need them most. This is not just about compliance with our planning obligations, it's about proactive governance that reflects our commitment to a cohesive and welcoming community. Investigating our footpath infrastructure is an investment in public health, safety and overall community wellbeing. Encourage walking, supports local businesses and enhance the quality of life of all our residents. So again, if it's possible, because I know it's a little bit different, I've sort of took the director's commentary and tweaked it a little bit.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Jerd. Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Mayor Watton. I guess initially, if I can, I'll start talking on my position on this motion. I think that generally the information that's being requested in a report brought back, I think some of the dot points where we're acknowledging issues and gaps and noting different aspects there, I think are generally I'm supportive of. The dot point 3 specifically, and one of the dot points originally in the published notice of motion calling for a report outlining the information identified there, I feel as though some of this information already exists in a currently adopted council plan. I'm not sure if some of the, especially the newer councillors, are too much across all of the existing plans that have been adopted. This one in particular, the Pedestrian Access and Mobility Plan, was endorsed in 2020, and so I perhaps would admit that it might need some updating, and that's something that we can always look into. But I would note that there's a specific entire appendix of the Pedestrian Access and Mobility Plan which is dedicated to the identification through an audit that was undertaken of gaps and other issues in our footpath network across the LGA. I think that from my point of view, especially coming off the back of 9 months of investigation into the efficiency and effectiveness of the organisation, I would worry that a report like this that's being requested is perhaps double handling information that has previously already been actioned and reviewed. But I would be supportive of, akin to one of the previous motions, in trying to have staff organise of course, a publicly accessible councillor workshop for councillors to be able to review perhaps not only the Pedestrian Access and Mobility Plan, but other relevant plans that were acknowledged within the commentary from directors regarding our other transport strategies that are in place, because it's these existing strategies that have been adopted by council already that do, at a higher level across the LGA, indicate our priorities and our purpose when it comes to footpath action and pedestrian mobility. And I think I understand that new councillors will have not perhaps had the opportunity to become across these active plans, in the same as the Charlton and Cooper Street intersection. And I think it would be beneficial for councillors to be able to have that information presented to them, not just the one plan, but across all the plans, which may perhaps answer some of the questions and provide some of the information that's being asked for in this notice of motion. So, I mean, I would be happy in my, as an alternate, just to move a motion calling for council to provide a public councillor workshop on all relevant pedestrian and transport mobility plans currently adopted by council, and we can sit around and have a discussion around that to see whether or not there's changes that need to be made to those, and that we're following the correct governance procedures in modifying the plans that we have, and using that information to move ahead.
So not move an amendment, but an alternate. Is that what you're like, a foreshadow, or? Yeah, it's direct negative. Yeah. Councillor Hill, sorry, your microphone was off.
Oh, yeah, sorry. If procedurally, if it needs to be done in this method, I'm happy to have that request for a workshop be held as a foreshadowed motion. Otherwise, I'm happy to just to move that as an alternative one. But I don't think, we need to deal with the motion that's currently on the floor. So I'm happy to sit that one there as a foreshadowed motion that councillors can express their support for if they do not wish to support the current motion as it stands.
Okay, so leave it as foreshadowed. Okay. Make sure I can get that right. So, Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you, Mayor Watton. I just wanted to read out some of the Director's commentary that we received back in regards to this notice of motion. So it says, Works and Infrastructure Directorate are initiating an update and integration of the current pedestrian access and mobility plan and the cycling strategy using more recent data. And it basically says that the associated capital projects identified as part of the audit, which included network gaps, like footpaths, are being prioritised to be included in the past and current delivery plans. It says that it is looking to improve connectivity and safety throughout the LGA, including our school zones, and an audit at this point in time would amount to a duplication of works already underway to inform the updated plan. Could we as councillors be privy to a copy of that update when it's done?
Director of Works.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Pascoe, yes, there is definitely the opportunity to be privy to the information once we collect that.
And that would essentially be what this notice of motion is? Very similar?
Intentionally, yes. So to your point, we're undertaking an update to the pedestrian access and mobility plan. Thank you.
Access and mobility.
Thank you.
PAM.
And the cycling plan, we're consolidating those into an active transport plan, which encompasses both and mobility as part of that. In developing an updated plan, which sits underneath our traffic and transport strategy, which identifies council's objectives with pedestrian and active transport mobility, the data needs to be updated. So the data was from 2016, I believe 2015, and we have undertaken a significant amount of works. There's also new developments that have come online which have footpaths and shared paths. We've been successful in grant funding, so we need to capture that as well as revisit those gaps and utilising the information, prioritise our works moving forward as part of that plan.
Yeah, so some of the like new developments and grant funded things is like the Shiraz to Shore footpath and the upgrades that were done along Nogbar, that sort of thing.
That's okay. Indeed, through the work that has been undertaken by Hannah J in the case of the Shiraz to Shore, yes, that will be implemented and recognised. Also, the work that has been developed with Richmond Vale Rail Trail, which forms part of that, and not to mention changes with state and federal policy on active transport.
Yeah. And I think it's important to include that recognised gap in some of the footpaths, because I know that our town centres footpaths are, a little bit older, some of the original things. If council was to notice something dramatic, footpaths not being completely flat, is that something that would be just included in our roads and maintenance? program, like the pavers in the CBD?
Director?
Yeah, existing footpaths form part of our active maintenance program.
Yeah.
So we do, based on CRMs and based on regular inspections, identify where those issues are, and we put them into our maintenance program for footpaths.
Yeah, that's what I thought it would be with the CRM. Beautiful, thank you very much.
Councillor Jerd, question?
Oh, I just wanted to say that I was happy to accept Councillor Hill's recommendation, actually, because it's just about getting the information so that when we make these decisions that we actually have access to it. So I'd be happy to accept doing the workshop because that's pretty much what I'm sort of asking, but it's in a report.
The mover and seconder are both okay? Accepting that?
Yep.
Just coming off the information as well by Councillor Pascoe.
Councillor Hill?
If we could just include the workshop on all updated mobility plans, just so that we're not getting a workshop, in the next couple of weeks before the new updated plans are done, because at least then we'll need to have the actual relevant updated info. So I'm happy for staff to complete the work they're doing, getting it to the stage and letting us have the workshop prior to coming to council for adoption.
Yep.
Seems to be the most efficient, logical way. Okay, so now that's formed the recommendation. Councillor Harrington, do you still want to speak? Yeah, Councillor Harrington.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Very quickly, I just, of stating the obvious, safe and continuous footpaths are absolutely essential infrastructure, and there's no disagreement with the importance of this. But while the intent of this motion is sound and good, intent should also be matched with, I think, good process and financial constraints. So I'm just speaking against Councillor Jerd's motion, and I am in support of the Director's commentary alternate motion with, in addition to the workshop suggested by Councillor Hill, because our report showed us that council officers have recently completed a full condition assessment of our 183 kilometre footpath network, and they are also in the process, as mentioned, of updating the pedestrian access and mobility plan. I have read it, Councillor Hill, and trying to incorporate that with the cycling strategy, which I think is obviously makes sense to have them together. And the work that they've done with that assessment of our footpath network is substantial and it's current, and it kind of is directly relevant to the outcome of the motion of Councillor Jerd. So I just think if we pass the original motion as even the revised version, we risk duplicating work that has already been funded and in progress. We risk creating additional officer workload and potentially diverting sources from delivery to reporting. And we need to be honest, while in the summary of the original notice of motion, listing funding was listed as not applicable, but these reports, especially if they require investigations, carry a cost, whether it's staff time, contractor engagement, and that would be certainly if we were looking at remapping, and whether staff or future budget implications. So that's why I will be voting against this motion. And so can I foreshadow the director's commentary?
Well,
so
you could request it become the motion in addition. Yeah,
so I thought sorry, can you bring it back onto the screen because I haven't got my laptop. So that's the only thing we're voting on right now. Oh, I'm sorry, Will. Yes.
You want to second the foreshadow?
Okay, sorry.
Okay, so we've got a seconder for that.
Why don't you tap me?
Okay, so just,
Yeah, sorry, I take all of that back. I'm sorry. I've just spoken to Councillor Hill why he didn't tap me and let me know. No, you didn't interrupt me. Thank you. No, I am in support of the amended motion.
excellent, democracy manifest. Okay, any further discussion on this? Councillor Hawkins.
Look, thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I guess I'd like to support Councillor Harrington's foreshadowed motion. And look, quite seriously, that it's not just a matter of voting it down. I think it's an important issue. And look, I thank Councillor Jerd for bringing it up. There is quite a lot of work being done by council staff. There's quite a lot of investigation going on. We come back to the are we just roads, rates and rubbish? There's quite a lot that is involved in these sorts of plans and these sorts of preparations. And whilst people think, what about the gap in this footpath? How do you not know that? Well, we actually do, and we are mapping it, and we are coming up with a strategy to address it. It's not as easy as saying, I'd love perfect footpaths everywhere. What if we got $90 million worth of replacement value footpaths already? It's just not something that can ever be perfect in every single instance. And I think that from the director's commentary, it explains quite clearly the things that we are doing and the processes that are already in place. So it sounds wonderful, but the reality is duplicating these to come up with the same essential outcome or an outcome that's not really possible. There's a process that we're following, and I'd like to support our staff that are involved in this. And I think that if we follow it through, we will get the outcome that we've been aiming for as best as we will be able to afford and achieve. Thank you.
Councillor Hawkins, any further discussion? This is to ensure the wording on the screen is what we're voting on. All in favour? Point of order, Councillor Hawkins. No, okay, yeah.
Councillor Jerd's motion.
To provide a council workshop. So now we're just having a workshop. We're having a workshop once they've done their work.
Sorry, the mover and seconder has accepted. Let's boil it down to that.
So
Yeah.
withdrawn the original motion and...
Yes, we amended it and it's been accepted. And we're going to vote on it.
So it's simply a workshop. We're not acknowledging the good work that's being done.
Oh, it's on record. If you'd like to, you can...
I'll continue to foreshadow the amendment that includes the 3 dot points that were the alternate motion that acknowledge and promote the work that we're already doing. I think it's important that we appreciate and we acknowledge and we support the work that's underway rather than just a workshop that will talk about it. I would prefer to see it in a resolution of council that supported the actions we're already undertaking. I think it's a good notice of motion, the original, the intent to promote it, to bring it to people's attention that these are things we're doing. I don't think we should shy away from the things that we're doing, and we should be supporting them and we should be promoting them. And if that's listed in a resolution of council that will be published in our minutes, it will be public that this is what we're doing, this is how we are reacting and responding, and we are actually doing something. We're not just having another workshop where a bunch of would-be politicians sit around and talk about how wonderful it would be. These are things that we're doing, these are things that we're aiming to achieve, and these are things that our staff are actively doing. I think it's important. So if my amendment won't be taken on by the mover of the motion, I'll foreshadow it, and that's why I'll be voting against simply another workshop.
So I guess if I could summarise, maybe interject and somewhat recommend the recommendation, is that point 3 actually of the alternate motion that was put forward, if we put in the word briefing or workshop, should I say workshop, for councillors, would that suffice?
The full report becomes briefing.
So receives a workshop instead of report. So just to confirm what I'm saying here, so that council notes the director's commentary and that council receives a workshop instead of report. Yes.
Yep, and you keep 1 and 2 in there as well.
Okay, so you're happy with that change of word? Okay, are you happy with that?
Oh, that's not a problem, because, I mean, they did all the hard work. I honestly didn't think we needed to write it, I think. But if you want to add it to there where we acknowledge the staff for doing all the hard work that they always do to achieve these reports, put it on there if that helps you support that motion rather than having to do a foreshadowed motion.
We don't need, I don't believe we need a foreshadowed.
Yeah, yep. Okay. Okay. Well, put it.
Yeah. So we're including the dot point 4.
If Councillor Jerd became
Yes. So need the first, the mover and the seconder.
Yes. Yeah. Happy
Mover
with
seconder,
that.
you happy? Okay. Councillor Harrington.
Sorry, it'll wait till after. Yeah.
All right. Well, all that being said, we'll put it to a vote. All in favour? Thank you, everyone. It's carried.
Unanimous.
Unanimous. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to reports BN4/2026, investigation of temporary modular housing options on council-owned land. I have light lit up for Councillor Jerd. Councillor, procedural motion, Councillor Harrington.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm just wondering, is it possible to adjourn for 5 minutes or 5 or 10 minutes just to stretch our legs and have, I just am feeling every year of my age and just need to maybe have some movement to...
Well, we need to second that adjournment for 5 minutes. Seconded, Councillor Dunn. All in favour? You want to foreshadow that? Councillor Hawkins.
Mr Mayor, we're very close to the 10 o'clock time limit for the council meeting. So it's going to need to be extended to continue. Perhaps that may be an appropriate time for your 5-minute break if you can hold out that long. Or while we're procedural motioning for this little break, we may as well move the extension of the meeting as well. We're running out of time, that's all I'm saying.
All right, well, let's do that then. So we'll put that all into one procedural motion for adjournment. Sorry. Councillor, okay. Okay, Councillor Harrington is, we've rescinded that.
Yes,
Just to confirm, minuted, we're not doing that. No adjournment. Councillor Jerd, speaking on report BN4.
Yeah. So after reading the director's commentary, I was going to pull the actual motion, but instead I'm hoping I have sent it through to do an alternate motion, which I believe will achieve more than the original one. So one, that council acknowledges this increased demand for short-term crisis accommodation within the Cessnock LGA, driven by housing affordability issues, domestic violence and homelessness. That two, the council recognise the crucial role of the state government, particularly state member Clayton Barr being our representative in facilitating solutions to these pressing issues through partnerships with community housing and support services. Three, that the council requests that the general manager write to state member Clayton Barr, urging his active engagement in supporting and addressing the housing challenges within our community. Four, that the correspondent include a request for a meeting to discuss urgent need for temporary modular housing solutions, an invitation for Mr Barr to collaborate with council in exploring viable options for funding and resources to address the increasing demand for short-term accommodation, an appeal for his assistance in advocating for state-level support initiatives to enhance housing availabilities in the Cessnock LGA, and five, that the council further requests that a report be prepared outlining potential partnership opportunities and state-level resources that can be leveraged to support housing initiatives. Like, I think it was either this...
Sorry, just before you move, secondly, Councillor Harrington. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. So I know it was, I can't remember if it has been this council term. I definitely know we did it last council term, where we have written off to our state members to try and get some issues sorted with the homelessness in this area. One in particular, I remember Councillor Painters from the last council meeting was trying to get accessible toilets and showers. So the original norm that I put forward was just trying to address the concerns of the community, where we have got such a homeless issue that's happening in the parks, and we all know what happened with Telstra Park. With the commentary, I realised that, yes, it is a state issue, and I know it's a state issue, and I just want to try and do whatever we can to push the issue that the body that should be addressing this comes on board. So whatever avenues we can do as councillors to get more funding to achieve getting less of our parks vandalised because we've got people on the streets. So I'm hoping that this norm represents that. It's just about trying to push and advocate for more funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jerd. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of questions. Just wondering if perhaps Councillor Jerd's open to the notice of motion, including the 3 state members that cover RLGA, not just the one, as I've brought up a number of times in the chamber. And 2, last year we saw a motion from Councillor Pawelski. We saw a mayoral minute from yourself, Mr. Mayor, about organising forums around homelessness and some of these other issues. Can you update us perhaps on progress of that? I just feel like we're maybe doubling up on something that we're already trying to organise, and now we're trying to organise another get-together with some of the same people. Yeah.
I've got no further update from either MP. I haven't heard anything direct. Does that answer that question? Okay, we'll move on with debate. Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Mayor Watton. I was just trying to find the motion myself, whether it was, as Councillor Lee mentioned, in regards to those actions outstanding from previous notices of motion or mayoral minutes. I guess following from Councillor Lee's question, my question might be what is our next steps moving on from the mayoral minute? If you mentioned that you've not heard any response back from the state members, is that now the end of that resolution and we move no further, or do you plan to pursue additional action on that front? I mean, we could move this motion tonight, and perhaps in 2 months' time we might be asking the same question as to whether we've heard anything on it. I don't know that us moving an entire additional motion will make too much difference if we're currently waiting on responses from the previous 2 or 3 that we've got already in action.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Hill. So definitely it doesn't stop from my end of things, and it shouldn't stop from every other councillor who has a vested interest in this. As previously mentioned, it's something that we definitely need to advocate for, and that's the key word, is advocacy. Local government does not have the capacity to look at these things. Homes New South Wales does. We can facilitate certain things. There's a little bit of a difference here with regards to modular housing solutions, so that's something that, you know, I guess has not been broached directly in that particular wording. You know, from my side of things, no, it doesn't stop. I'll continue to advocate, because we need these things in our LGA, and not to be a prophet of doom, but if we don't do something, if we don't get that funding, the matter's only going to get worse. So however that moves forward, it needs to move forward. I hope that answers your question. Councillor Jerd.
I wanted to quickly say that I was happy to...
Just is a question, just because if you do, we'll close debate.
It is sort of a question, but because Councillor Lee said about adding other members rather than just Clayton Barr.
Yep.
So can I get the staff to add the relevant ones, not just Clayton Barr? I'm just used to, because he's our state member, like,
I do it all the time
his
too.
name comes through. So whoever is relevant on this issue, add their name.
Sure. We can add the bin. Yeah, Councillor Lee.
Who the three state
Just because
members are?
you mentioned it.
Yeah. So Dave Lozel, MP, is the member for Upper Hunter, which takes in the Brankston end of our LGA, and Jenny Aitchison, the Maitland MP, covers the Cessnock LGA as well.
Thank you. Okay, so we're happy to accept that. I'm going to be completely, so mover and second is okay with that. Yep. Councillor Hawkins.
Can I just ask a question? Where were these alternate motions circulated? I can't find them in emails. Did
Question
you say
for
you sent
Councillor
them
Joad.
this afternoon? Have I missed something?
Yeah.
Right.
Sorry,
Are we able to
yeah.
maybe get them circulated if they come in? Is that possible? Just so we've got more than sort of...
Also, for practice moving forward.
Yeah. Just so that we can kind of read them and get them and...
I'll put you through to the, I'll push you through to the director.
Thank you. Councillor Hawkins, the alternate motions put forward by Councillor Jerd are basically Councillor Jerd's. I think it may be good practice for all councillors, if you are considering an alternate motion, that they also send them to the other councillors when they send them into us, so we can capture that data. But we're not necessarily in the practice of forwarding on someone's alternate motion for a report. Good practice probably makes it really easy if the other councillors see it before the meeting.
I understand, obviously, we're asking other people to submit an amendment, I guess, so that they're going to take the product. But when it's the mover of the motion, it's substantially varying what that's...
Yep, noted. Yeah. Yep, noted. Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Okay, so we've got this motion. Is there any further discussion? If not, we'll put Councillor Jerd to finish debate.
And the debate. Can I just address that quickly, Councillor Hawkins? I'm really sorry. My today has been hectic. Once I finished work, I went over all my noms and double checked everything that the director had. So the reason they didn't get circulated out to you guys, because it wasn't until like 5:30 that I actually finalised, yep, this is what I wanted to change my noms to. So I do appreciate what you've said. I won't do it again because it has made tonight quite hard with the fact that I've had to read it all out, and it gives everybody a chance to actually look at it and whatnot. So that's just purely because of work restraints and having so many noms and taking on board the director's commentary, because it was quite helpful to achieve what I actually wanted to achieve, because you put the idea out there, you work with the team, and they tweak it to what I'm probably trying to access, but probably haven't written it that way. So that's why it went through quite late to one of our council staff members. Oh no, I know. I understand it's not criticism, but I just...
moving forward. I mean, I think it's good. I mean, I came here with the intention that it was not the original motion was not our area of responsibility, and the one you've moved now is
much better,
far more suitable. So I think it's good.
Yeah. So yeah, no, I know it's not criticism. I just wanted you to know why it happened.
Okay.
Oh, hang on. Sorry. Point 3. What do we need to do for point 3?
In terms of
okay, so
the
point 3
additional members.
only still mentions this Clayton Bar. It hasn't got all the members, so it hasn't got Jenny.
Just reference the state members and take Clayton Bar out of point 3.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, and point 3.
State members coming to...
Maybe the housing minister. Yeah. Could they add the housing minister to it? That's a suggestion from the floor. Yeah. Whoever we need to add to get this happening.
And just dot point 2, please. Oh no. Yeah, just take his name out.
Take the name out and up 100 and make...
Okay.
Yeah, dot point 4, wasn't it? One thing at a time.
And just, yeah, and just dot point 2 there as well. Thank you, Robin.
Same. Cessnock LGA. That's it.
Okay, no further discussion, we'll put it forward for a vote. All in favour? Councillor Dixon, Dunn, Harrington, Jerd, King, Lee, Mason, Palmowski, Pascoe, Hawkins, Watton. Those against? Councillor Hill. That's carried. Now moving on to report BN5/2026, audits and improvement of school drop-off and pick-up safety zones. Councillor Jerd.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bear. I don't know if it's possible, as I didn't get a chance at the start of the meeting. I want to actually pull 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9 from tonight. I don't know if I've got to do it individually. 5 in particular is because I think that it needs to come back once the preschools are all into the schools to address. So I think it's a little bit early. And then reading the commentary of the director, I'm happy with what they've said in them.
Okay, so just to confirm, you want to remove all dot point?
The rest, 5, B and 5, no, like remove them. Pull
Yeah,
them.
yeah, no, remove.
Yeah.
You're withdrawing, sorry. Okay, all together.
Yeah, so remove, yeah,
B and
Yeah.
5, B and 6.
B and 7, B and 8, B and 9.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry, the sound's not great up here sometimes, so I thought you were removing
Yeah.
dot points, so, and I was like, what?
Due to happy to what the director commentary has said.
Okay. So BN9, okay, gotcha. Thank you. Yep. No, it was just withdrawn? Okay. Well, that takes us up to councillor reports. No, confidential. Yeah, we do council reports first and then confidential last. And then we close it. Any council reports?
Yep.
No?
Motion to move into close.
Okay, now moving to closed session. We can move, someone to move that in closed session. Councillor Pascoe, second to Councillor Hawkins. All in favour? It's unanimous? Yep, it's unanimous. Now we'll just move into...
Can have a break, yeah?
Yep. We'll have a Okay. So we've got the recommendation after closed session. Do it 12.3.
Good to go. Council resolved.
Yep. So council resolved that council approves the preferred option 1 in this report, pending adoption by Lake Macquarie, Maitland and Singleton councils, and that council notes confidentiality of this report will be lifted no later than 30th of June 2026. Report to WI2 2026. And then with regards to WI3, the recommendation is that council decline to accept any of the tenders received for the Wollombi Road upgrade project, stage 2, T2025-13 under CI-1781B of the Local Government General Regulation 2021. Point 2, that pursuant to clause 178(3)(e) and due to extenuating circumstances provided under section 55(3)(i) of the Local Government Act 1993, council delegates authority to the General Manager to enter into negotiations with any person, whether or not the person was a tenderer, with a view to entering a contract in relation to the subject matter of the tender in accordance with the approved budget for the project, because a satisfactory result would not be achieved by inviting tenders due to the extensive procurement process that was undertaken to identify competitive tenderers, and entering into negotiations do we have a typo there? Addresses the extenuating circumstance of the Wollombi Road upgrade project, stage 2, and then point 3, that a committee be formed for the duration of the Wollombi Road upgrade project, stages 1 and 2, with council representation to meet monthly and to provide written updates to all councillors. Thank you very much. All that being said, the meeting is closed at 10:44. Thank you very much.